All right, it is the battle for Karnataka, and voting has begun as people of the state vote today to elect the new 224-member state assembly. Now, it's been an intense and often bitter campaign. Political heavyweights, we saw crisscross Karnataka. It's a three-way contest between the BJP, Congress and the JDS, and the results of the Karnataka election could be an indication for the bigger 2024 battle. That is what all parties are vying for. Now, the ruling BJP is trying to break that 38-year jinx in the southern state, which has never voted an incumbent party to power since 1985. And the Congress is hoping to return to power, riding on allegations of corruption against the ruling party. The JDS, which has a bastion of over 30 seats, could play the spoiler. Now let's go across to reporters, and Pratibha joins us from Jayanagar and Shrija joins us from the Koramangala constituency over there. Shrija, first you tell us what's happening.
Well, the polling has just started here in BTM layout Assembly constituency, and this is Koramangala that we are reporting from. There's, of course, quite a number of people who have in fact come in to exercise their vote. But let me go across to the voters straight to understand what exactly these elections that they are voting for. In BTM layout, good morning, in BTM layout, we're also looking at in this constituency quite a number right now in the morning beginning itself.
Yes.
So what is this election for you?
This is in fact very important for all of us as a citizen of India, and whoever the party is coming into the position, right? So two main agendas for me, at least it is important, right? One is every citizen of this India after their college, right? So they have to compulsorily recruit in defense forces in order to learn discipline, right? In order to learn respect and for the nation, for each individuals, right? So that is my first agenda. And the second agenda would be is that whoever comes into power, right? So whatever the cost of the commodities, right? Whatever we are facing today, inflation, whatever you call, right, needs to come down.
Well, thank you for speaking to us. What is this election for you all about? What are the key issues, if you can highlight?
Well, we need to choose the right person so that we get the right choices to make. Thank you.
Okay. What about you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, great.
Same. Choosing the right person is the key aspect.
Okay, in your constituency, to make it highly local, what are the key issues that need to be addressed?
Potholes.
Right.
Basically the infrastructure. That's the main thing. Yeah.
What about you?
I think the basic things are missing, so those are the main criteria. We are still stuck on talking about roads and water when we should be over and above it and talking about.
I know how unfortunate, in fact, that is for a city like Bengaluru, because Bengaluru, if you're putting it on the whole, you're talking about at least about 34% of GDP, put together for the entire state, and you have citizens who are well informed. They're talking about how, especially people should vote for their right candidate, and the power is in their hands. They're talking about key issues, and even today, as we speak, when the polling is happening, all that they're asking for, the basic facilities which all citizens, of entire Bengaluru needs.
That's right. Pratibha, if you could tell us where you are and what are the kind of issues that people are voting on in Bengaluru, still talking about roads, etc. But this election has been so hard fought. Get us some voices from there.
Well, in fact, I'm in one of the most important polling booths, which is in Jayanagar, and we have early birds who have already started arriving here to exercise their franchise. And what is pretty interesting is Bengaluru is known for voter apathy, and people have been trying to break that in order to increase the voter turnout. It stood at around 72% in 2018, and people are hoping that this would really change this time. And what is interesting is 11.7 lakh first time voters this time around, and I have with me one of them. So what are the key issues that you would be looking at, because you are a first time voter now?
Previously, I used to saw the queue and all, and I don't have election ID card, so usually I have not voted. This is first time I got my voter ID card and this one, so I'm here to vote first time. And this festival, I feel, let me celebrate very happily.
Right.
What will be the key issues that you would be keeping in mind before you ink your finger?
I don't have any issue. I don't feel that any key issue here for myself.
None of the local issues that you want to be addressed?
No, ma'am. I don't have an idea in that because I'm not having any this one. I'm just as a bank employee. I'm a bank employee. I'll roam. I don't stay here only.
So you're pretty much happy with whatever is turning around here in this constituency?
Yeah, it's okay for me.
Right. So there is a first-time voter there who is, thank you, who is pretty much satisfied, and we'll have to wait and see the kind of issues that they would be looking at. Ma'am, what are the key issues that you would be looking at before you ink your finger?
Development.
Development.
Totally
So what kind of development?
Same thing.
Yeah.
All.
Corrupt-free Sarkar.
Yes, right.
We need a corrupt-free Sarkar.
Right.
ठीक है?
Thank you. So a corrupt-free Sarkar is what they are looking at, and they want their candidate to focus on development, and that is exactly what they would keep in mind before they get to ink their finger. And we are talking about at least around 5 crore electors who would be eligible to cast their votes at around 58,000 polling stations, and there is one person. Have you already inked your finger? So
Yes.
he is one of the first persons to cast his vote. And what are the key issues that you have been keeping in mind before you exercised your franchise?
Development,
Okay.
people's welfare,
Any local issues here?
local issues. I would say rather say national issues. That's it.
Right. So national issues playing a more important role than local ones here. So around 2,600 odd candidates in the fray. We're waiting to see how this festival would turn out for the different candidates.
All right, Pratibha. And coming back to you, Shrija, let's just talk about how Karnataka has always had this revolving door policy for 38 years. They've never voted back a government, and the BJP really hoping to break that jinx. You had the Prime Minister hitting the campaign trail the last weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He was there. He was in Bengaluru. He had 2 road shows. So BJP fighting hard to retain, this southern citadel that they have. Right, Shrija, if you can hear me, I was talking about, how the Karnataka has never voted a government back, and that's been something the BJP is really trying to fight against this time, hoping, to break that jinx.
Well, that's right. Just like how you pointed out, since 1985 onward, we have always seen a revolving door politics in the state of Karnataka. Of course, it's always been a triangular contest between the BJP, the Congress and the JDS, though their number is limited just to South India and also to talk about Karnataka per se. But it's always been a very, very close contest between these 3 parties, the 2 national parties and the regional party over here. And to also say about, you've never seen a government being voted back to power. Now, that is something which right now the Congress, the principal opposition is riding high on, but just not simply on the revolving door politics. You have number of issues because, of course, the ruling dispensation, the BJP was battling a raft of corruption allegations to also talk about, under the regime of the BJP or the Bombay government in terms of there was not really much in terms of development, but there were several scams that were unearthed. Now that is something which the principal opposition Congress were trying to also aggressively campaign against the BJP, because if you really taking the last 1.5 years, you've seen a number of campaigns either on social media, you've seen the Pay CM posters across the state of Karnataka. So more so just in a little, probably about 3.5 years of regime of the, the BJP government, more to say it was a lot of administrative and also development work by the BJP. We went on to see first, of course, after ensuring that the BJP especially toppled the coalition government, that is the Congress and the JDS back in 2019, ensuring their comeback in the state in 2019. We've only seen, especially dissidents dissidents within the BJP. First, of course, it began with, several of the leaders going against B.S. Yediyurappa, and finally the BJP High Command ensuring that they removed him. Unceremonious exit is something that they had witnessed, the BJP had witnessed here in the state, and right after that, Bommai being appointed. So after his appointment as the Chief Minister of the state, we have always seen such, allegations against Bommai and the BJP government as well. In fact, if I could go across to the elderly citizens who have just cast their vote. A very good morning,
Very
sir.
good morning. Have a nice day, NDTV. Yeah.
So you've cast your vote?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what are the issues that you've exercised your franchise?
We should be able to vote for next time also. That's the issue.
We hope. Okay, God bless you all for that. But if you can tell us, what are the key issues? What are you looking at? What are the kind of changes, local issues you're looking at?
Human surveillance only.
Human surveillance. Okay, fine. What about you, ma'am?
Okay,
In your area, if there are any issues that you can highlight that need to be addressed, development, infrastructure.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
All issues are common throughout India, ma. So we don't want to specify anything particular.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. In fact, the elderly citizens over here, the first people to cast their vote, and in fact they're going to say it's just about human surviving. So through all of these kind of, like I did point out how in the last 3.5 years in terms of, the issues, certain issues, people's election issues, which were not really addressed up to the mark. You have today the elderly citizens talking about how these are some of the common issues across the country. But again, coming back to what we were talking about in terms of the BJP, the ruling BJP, since it had been riddled with all corruption allegations and also dissidents within the party, the anti-incumbency wave is very, very high, because up until at least, when the Election Commission could announce the poll dates, which was on March 29th, the BJP remained directionless in terms of how exactly to carry forward the campaign, who really is the face, because clearly they did not have a leadership after having B.S. Yediyurappa removed, the Lingayat strongman. So we see that the BJP, the only option that they had is especially reach out to the central leaders, because it is unprecedented. BJP here in the state has never seen you have central leaders, crisscrossing the south region, especially Karnataka. And this time we went on to see how Karnataka BJP tried to project this election is more about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that the BJP wave should be toward, Modi itself. So that was something which the BJP tried to do. But on the other hand, the principal opposition has, even up until yesterday, has been talking about allegations in terms of corruption against the Bommai government, and is now hoping that, that there will be a change in government and that people will vote Congress to power. Back to you.
That's right, and let's take that to Pratibha as well. And the fact that you had the Prime Minister, as I was saying earlier, for 3 days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, he was based in Karnataka, crisscrossing the state. He was held to road shows in Bengaluru as well. And so how has that appealed to the Karnataka voters? Because Karnataka being very different from Gujarat, and this was the Gujarat model where you have the Prime Minister really, fronting the campaign, and we saw him trying this, the BJP trying this again in Karnataka, though as many analysts have told us, it's very different there. It's the local leaders, local issues. The Congress has been taking pot shots, saying they don't have any leader to put up of their own, and that is why the Prime Minister had to campaign so much.
That's right. In fact, we are talking about parties at a time when there hasn't been a CM phase that was announced for both the BJP as well as the Congress here. And we are also talking about Karnataka at a time when it is always known for being extremely candidate-centric, and whether the Gujarat model, like you rightly said, would actually work in Karnataka or not is a big question mark that has been raised by many poll experts here. And some of the voters who I've been talking to have also talked about how they have been looking at local issues more than national issues. Let me actually go across to some of them to find out. So are local issues playing a key role, or national issues, especially with a lot of national leaders who have been campaigning here?
Local issues.
Right. So what are the kind of local issues that you're looking at?
Well, right now I cannot discuss all those things because I am, what can I say? Local issues means this percentage, then scolding, everything.
Is it always still about road, water, kapra,
In
makan?
this area, it's quite okay.
Right. In this area, it's quite okay.
Yes,
So, any other issue that
in this area.
you're happy in
Very
this?
happy in this area.
Right.
Yes.
So most of them seem to be pretty satisfied with the kind of work that has been there. But then, as Shrija also pointed out, we are talking about Karnataka at a time when there is a huge anti-incumbency wave. And let me actually give you a brief history about Karnataka. There hasn't been any kind of particular party that has mustered enough majority to form a politically stable government in Karnataka. And this time around, people are hoping that there would be some amount of political stability on that front. Because talk about 2018, the BJP in the beginning did form a government which didn't last too long, and then it went to the hands of Congress and JDS, and then it went back into the hands of the BJP. So we are talking about Karnataka this time around with a lot of revolving doors where it was between the BJP, the Congress, and a lot of kingmakers who did come up in the meantime. And here is one person. So we are talking about local issues or national issues in this election.
Yeah,
What
local.
are local issues? So is it always about kapda, makan and the kind of issues?
Yeah, kapda is actually.
Right. So what were the issues that you kept in mind before you exercised your franchise?
Because they have to improve the roads actually. The roads are very, what to say, all are, in Kannada we say that tepe. All are, see, like this road is not perfect at all.
Everything.
Right. Roads, traffic, key issues.
Yeah, I mean, overall there are a lot of issues, but yeah, we are voting because we want our Karnataka to flourish. It should be number one among everywhere. Yeah, I mean, people should know what Karnataka is, where we are from, everything.
Right.
So overall, there should be improvement. Yeah.
So overall improvement in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the kind of development that they would like to see, and they do not want to see any kind of political instability. Ma'am, if you can really talk to us, sir, if you can talk to us. Okay, a lot of people who are dismissive in terms of coming on camera here, but in the meantime, yes, a lot of people have begun to trickle in. We are talking about one of the important booths here, which will see people like Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, as well as IT tycoon Mr. Narayan Murthy, who would be arriving here any minute to cast their vote. And we will be coming back to you with more and more updates as soon as they exercise their franchise. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pratibha and Shrija, for joining us and bringing us those voices from as people line up to cast their votes. And there we can see visuals are coming of Yediyurappa offering prayers this morning, and even though he's not contesting, his son is, and he has this has been something we've seen in every election. Every morning of an election day, Mr. Yediyurappa does indeed go to the temple. He is the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, in fact the BJP's first Chief Minister in South India, Chief Minister of Karnataka, and he has been campaigning as well for this election. Very strongly he's been involved with the ticket process as well, distribution of tickets. So Yediyurappa there visiting the temple. All right, Shrija and Pratibha, we will come back to you for more. With that, we'll slip into a short break. For the moment, we'll keep getting you all the latest from Karnataka, but on the other side, we'll talk about the situation in Pakistan.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse. We take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. You too can get some Gadget Love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views,
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest now from Pakistan, and asserting that ongoing nationwide protests will continue until the release of former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. His party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, has instructed leaders, workers and supporters to gather at the Islamabad Judicial Complex today at 8 o'clock. Taking to its official Twitter handle, Imran Khan's party stated important instructions from the leadership, senior leadership of Tehreek-e-Insaf, and workers and supporters will arrive at the Judicial Complex in Islamabad at 8 a.m. The ongoing sit-ins and protests across the country will continue in their respective locations until the release of Imran Khan. Remember, violence broke out yesterday as he was dramatically arrested at court. A senior PTI leader, Fawad Chaudhry, says the party will approach the Supreme Court today morning to challenge the Islamabad High Court's order upholding of Imran Khan's arrest. Fawad Chaudhry termed the Islamabad High Court's decision surprising. Imran Khan was arrested outside Islamabad High Court by rangers on National Accountability Bureau's warrant in the Al-Qadir Trust case. Islamabad High Court termed the arrest as legal. But protests erupted in Pakistan after his arrest. PTI workers protested in cities across the country, including Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Lahore, Karachi, Faisalabad, Multan and Peshawar. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin planning a mini reshuffle of his cabinet. This comes days after a row over audio clips allegedly featuring his finance minister PTR making statements against the Chief Minister's family, talking of corruption in his son and son-in-law. So a cabinet reshuffle on the 11th of May, and TRB Raja to be inducted in the cabinet, and Stalin is expected to drop Minister S.M. Nassar, and the swearing-in will take place on the 11th, says the Raj Bhavan. At that time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue on the other side. Stay with us.
A deeply polarized world where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, here's it up. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m.
Hello and welcome. D-Day is here. It is polling day for Karnataka. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat and stay with us for all the latest. We'll be going across to our reporters, Shrija and Pratibha, for all the very latest as polling begins in just minutes from now. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Battle for Karnataka gets underway as Karnataka votes in a high-stakes battle. It's a hard-fought battle by the BJP and the Congress and also the GDS. Huge protests in Pakistan after Imran Khan's arrest. Supporters storm army cantonment. Violent protests in Rawalpindi, Islamabad, Lahore, Karachi and several other cities. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin rejigs the cabinet. Stalin inducts Raja, drops Minister S.M. Nasaf. Swearing in will take place on the 11th. Sadly, a third cheetah has died in 2 months in Kuno National Park. A female cheetah, Daksha, gets injured due to a violent interaction with an adult male and dies. And a jury in a civil case has found former President Donald Trump sexually abused a magazine columnist in a New York department store in the 1990s. All right, it is the battle for Karnataka, and voting has begun as people of the state vote today to elect the new 224-member state assembly. Now, it's been an intense and often bitter campaign. Political heavyweights, we saw crisscross Karnataka. It's a three-way contest between the BJP, Congress and the JDS, and the results of the Karnataka election could be an indication for the bigger 2024 battle. That is what all parties are vying for. Now, the ruling BJP is trying to break that 38-year jinx in the southern state, which has never voted an incumbent party to power since 1985. And the Congress is hoping to return to power, riding on allegations of corruption against the ruling party. The JDS, which has a bastion of over 30 seats, could play the spoiler. Now let's go across to reporters, and Pratibha joins us from Jayanagar and Shrija joins us from the Koramangala constituency over there. Shrija, first you tell us what's happening.
Well, the polling has just started here in BTM layout Assembly constituency, and this is Koramangala that we are reporting from. There's, of course, quite a number of people who have in fact come in to exercise their vote. But let me go across to the voters straight to understand what exactly these elections that they are voting for. In BTM layout, good morning, in BTM layout we're also looking at in this constituency quite a number right now in the morning beginning itself.
Yes.
So what is this election for you?
This is in fact very, very important for all of us as a citizen of India. And whoever the party is coming into the position, right? So two main agendas for me, at least it is important, right? One is every citizen of this India after their college, right? So they have to compulsorily, recruit in defense forces in order to learn discipline, right? In order to learn respect and for the nation, for each individuals, right? So that is my first agenda. And the second agenda is that whoever comes into power, right? So whatever the cost of the commodities, right? Whatever we are facing today, inflation, whatever you call, right, needs to come down.
Well, thank you for speaking to us. What is this election for you all about? What are the key issues, if you can highlight?
Well, we need to choose the right person so that we get the right choices to make. Thank you.
Okay. What about you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, great.
Same. Choosing the right person is the key aspect.
Okay, in your constituency, to make it highly local, what are the key issues that need to be addressed?
Potholes.
Right.
Basically the infrastructure. That's the main thing. Yeah.
What about you?
I think the basic things are missing, so those are the main criteria. We are still stuck on talking about roads and water when we should be over and above it and talking about.
I know how unfortunate, in fact, that is for a city like Bengaluru, because Bengaluru, if you're putting it on the whole, you're talking about at least about 34% of GDP, put together for the entire state, and you have citizens who are well informed. They're talking about how, especially people should vote for their right.
All right, so polling underway in Karnataka, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also casting her vote this morning. So she is one of the early birds arriving at the polling station, and Yediyurappa as well. There you can see him standing in line ahead of casting his vote. Mr. Yediyurappa earlier this morning visited the temple, as he always does. That is always, one of those things we can always expect on voting day in Karnataka, that we'll have visuals of Mr. Yediyurappa at at the temple. So he's in line. The Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, they're arriving to cast her vote as well at her polling booth. So it is a very, very hard-fought election for the BJP. BJP really hoping to break the jinx of the revolving door that we have seen in Karnataka, in which the incumbent government is never voted back to power. But remember, for the BJP, Karnataka is key. It is their only state in South India, and it's really their one citadel, and this election is also being seen as key ahead of 2024. So there you have Nirmala Sitharaman and Mr. Yediyurappa all set to cast their votes. Mr. Yediyurappa, who has been sworn in as Chief Minister 4 times in Karnataka. This time he was playing the role behind the scenes. He was a part of the ticket distribution, decision making. He was campaigning for various candidates, his own son, of course. Let's go across to Shrija for more. And Shrija, give us more details. We can see Mr. Yediyurappa in line to cast his vote.
Well, firstly, of course, let me go across to Dr. Shetty here. This is in BTM Assembly constituency in Kormangla. He just franchised his exercise. We see that, what are the key issues? One of the foremost medical minds is joining us. What are the key issues that you have voted this time?
First of all, we want a very assertive government to rule the state and have a good leadership so that the civic communities, healthcare, education, everything improves. That is the whole idea of coming and voting. Yes.
Okay. Have you actually thought about, when you actually cast your vote, these are the changes that you are looking forward to in a society?
I'm very, very optimistic about the new government addressing most of the civic issues what we are facing. And I expect a dramatic transformation in city like Bangalore, which will set an example for the other cities and other states to follow. We are very privileged to be in the state of Karnataka. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Shetty, for joining us here on NDTV. In fact, one of the foremost medical minds who just spoke to NDTV, he did, of course, highlight saying that how Bengaluru should set an example, and also, in fact, in terms of there are areas for scope for improvement in areas like development, infrastructure, civic woes are something which he said need to be addressed. But yes, coming back to what you were talking about, B.S. Yediyurappa casting his vote in Shikaripura constituency, yes, and in fact, we see that this is the first time, of course, this is after he decided that he will be resigning from electoral politics. Right now we see B.S. Yediyurappa, he has cast his vote in Shikaripura constituency.
Yes, Shrija, Mr. Yediyurappa is in line along with his son, B.Y. Vijendra, and it had been, all right, there we can see Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar also arriving to cast his vote.
Yes. Yes, that's right. In fact, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar has also arrived here in this constituency to cast his vote. Maybe, of course, if we could just ask you just about 2 questions. What are the key areas that need to be addressed? We see that your voting is right here, but in this constituency, if you could.
No, look, today is voting day. The focus is really on making sure everybody comes out and votes today. Today is, like I said, a once-in-a-5-year celebration of our democracy, and the appeal that I make to everybody is to come out and vote.
How hopeful are you?
We'll discuss this after the election.
Oh,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar speaking to NDTV. He's just arrived here in this polling booth here in Kormangla to cast his vote along with his wife as well. We've had even one of the foremost medical minds, Mr. Devi Shetty, who also just cast his vote, where he did go on to talk about, certain issues that need to be addressed in this particular area. Could, of course, in the constituency, could, of course, be the civic woes, the woes which were especially several years together that Congress has held on to power. What he does, of course, talk about is some certain changes where Bengaluru on the whole will have to set an example. But as far as Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is concerned, he did go on to talk about in terms of what what are the hopes for the BJP? Because like I did point out, you know, we have always seen Karnataka has a history of revolving door politics since 1985 onward. While on one hand, you of course have the Congress, the principal opposition, looking forward to especially, come back to power. This is after all that corruption allegations against the ruling dispensation. Here you have the BJP, who's very hopeful to retain the power here in the state of Karnataka. Of course, for them, more about, you know, what we have seen over the last couple of months, at least about a few weeks. In the last few weeks, we went on to see how here the BJP went on to have aggressive campaigns with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the other central leaders, while on the other hand you had Congress especially giving importance to their local leaders, be it Siddaramaiah or even for that matter DK Shivakumar.
Right.
Back to you.
All right, let's go across to Pratibha, who joins us from Jayanagar, where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is there. She's gone in to cast her vote, right, Pratibha?
And they have come to the
That's right. In fact, she was wearing a smile on her face. She had just stepped in with her family members, and she said that she would be casting her vote here. And the key question is whether national issues as well as local issues would really play a key role. Some of them talking about roti, kapda, makan, and the others talking about national issues taking over, and that they are pretty much satisfied with what is happening in their respective constituency. Whether that would really break, the Gujarat model would really break the jinx this time in Karnataka with respect to Karnataka being a candidate-centric election is something that we will really need to see. And Bengaluru recorded at least around 55% voter turnout in 2018, and Bengaluru has always been known for its voter apathy. Whether that would also really change this time around, well, I have with me one such voter. So what are the key issues that you kept in mind before casting your vote? Was it local issues or national?
Local issues mainly, because you know we are more concentrated towards what's happening here. The national issue also matters. There has been a lot of development since the past 10 years we've been seeing.
Right. So are you looking at some amount of political stability this time?
Yes, I am actually, in the state government particularly.
Right. Thank you so much for this. Have a good day. So when you talk about political stability, just to give you a brief history, in 2018, the first time around, none of the parties really mustered enough majority to form a government, though BJP emerged as the single largest party, and the next time around, within a couple of weeks, the Congress as well as the JDS took over, and soon after the BJP again formed government. So this time, this election, all of them are mainly looking at political stability when it comes to state government and state politics. Back to you.
That's right. So Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has gone in to cast her vote, and it's been an election that the BJP has really pulled out all stops ahead of the election, and we've had, as we discussed earlier, national leaders coming there to campaign. You had chief ministers of other BJP-ruled states also coming into campaign. We can see Ms. Sitharaman there in line to cast her vote, having conversations with others who are also there in line. So early voters there at the polling stations just about opened at 7, and now you have long lines there, and the finance minister having arrived there. So Pratibha, talking about the fact that the BJP really going all out. You had the Prime Minister based in Karnataka for 3 days straight, campaigning, holding road shows. How much of an impact has that made? The Congress was trying to indicate that this means the BJP is getting desperate, that it needed the Prime Minister to campaign as much as he did.
Well, in fact, it has definitely been a high-stakes battle, especially for the BJP, because right since 1985, Karnataka has never had a history of having the same government being elected back to power, and BJP wants to really change that image this time. And we're also talking about the BJP at a time when it is Yediyurappa less, because Yediyurappa being the Lingayat strongman who really opened the gateway for the BJP in southern India, though he has been made the campaign chief, how much of an impact would that make for the BJP is also something that we really have to see. And perhaps that is precisely why several of the national leaders did make a lot of visits to Karnataka to ensure that the BJP is really voted back to power. And the Congress as well as the JDS has also been trying to rigorously campaign in Karnataka to ensure that this time around they would really get voted back to power, just like in 2013 when the Congress mustered enough majority to form a government at that point in time. Whether history would repeat itself ever since 2013 is also something that the Congress is banking upon this time. In the meantime, the third party in the fray is the JDS, which is often emerged as the kingmaker. Whether the JDS would also again emerge as the kingmaker this time around and make some amount of meat with respect to this election is also something that the JDS is looking forward to.
That's right, because Kumaraswamy's had, quite the past in terms of first coming to power with both the BJP and then the Congress and forming governments with them. So really this time around one doesn't know who he's going to play spoil sport for, and though for the Congress he may come in the way of their seats since he's fairly influential in dozens of seats there, and over 60 seats he has JDS has some influence. Its bastion consists of 61 seats, so that is really key, the way the JDS goes and Kumaraswamy goes.
Well, true. As you rightly said, JDS has this time also pointed to gaining a lot of seats. Poll experts who are pointing at a fractured mandate, and Kumaraswamy is really hoping that the predictions would really come true this time around, so that he would milk the situation to his advantage. And the JDS is also looking at emerging as a kingmaker, and like you said, they have joined hands with the BJP as well as the Congress in the past, and we'll have to see the high stakes or the intense talks that would be on. Sources do suggest that the intense talks are already on, especially with poll experts suggesting a fractured mandate. But in the meantime, voters here hoping for political stability, whether they would really get enough political stability or not. And I guess all eyes are on this particular polling booth, especially with stalwarts like Nirmala Sitharaman as well as Narayan Murthy, who would be making his visit very soon. Nirmala Sitharaman is already inside the polling booth, who's exercising her franchise with her family this time around, and we're waiting to see whether Mr. Narayan Murthy would also be appearing here along with his wife Sudha Murthy. Gargi.
All right, Pratibha, we will just come back to you. So that is the polling, as you can see, underway in Karnataka. Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa, former Chief Minister. In fact, he was sworn in 4 times as Chief Minister of Karnataka, not always completing his term, but they're in line to cast his vote along with his son, who is fighting from his constituency, Shikaripura, B.Y. Vijendra. So Yediyurappa, though, is not fighting this time. He did play a big role for the BJP in terms of campaigning, and he was a part of big decisions as well, and ticket distribution. He's gone in there to cast his vote. And as we've been discussing, the BJP really hoping this time to break the jinx of the revolving doors that Karnataka has seen for the last 38 years. Since 1985, it's never voted back an incumbent government, which is why we've seen this election being so hard fought. The Congress really hoping to wrest power from the BJP. Which way will the JDS go? And goes, that is key, as JDS could very well play kingmaker, as their bastion consists of 61 seats, so a sizable amount should they manage to get a fair number of those 61 seats. It's a 224-member state assembly, and it's been, as we said, an intense battle, and it's been a bitter campaign with many complaints also being taken to the Election Commission. In fact, the BJP complained about Sonia Gandhi's remarks. Sonia Gandhi, remember, campaigned just once this election, which was also a surprise. On Saturday, she had addressed a rally, and there she spoke about how the BJP was threatening to take away, saying that if it's not double engine, if the BJP doesn't come back, well, Karnataka may suffer. So in that light, she spoke about how the people there are not scared, and she spoke about Karnataka sovereignty. And that statement, and the Congress even tweeted that statement saying that nothing will impact Karnataka sovereignty. And then on Sunday, we saw the Prime Minister in his last rally picking up that statement and saying that Sonia Gandhi had made a secessionist statement, that she was suggesting that Karnataka separate from India. And so the Prime Minister hit out over that, and the next day we saw that a contingent of the BJP went to the Election Commission to complain. Meanwhile, the Congress too complained. They complained about these front page ads that the BJP had put out, which spoke about the Congress being the most corrupt party. So notices were issued to both the Congress and the BJP over these complaints. In fact, the latest complaint was after the Prime Minister yesterday, after campaigning was over. He had made a fresh appeal. There was a letter to the people of Karnataka, and it was also a video message which he said that come and vote on May 10th for a bright future. And this again led the Congress to the Election Commission, citing a violation of the Model Code of Conduct. So there you can see Yediyurappa emerging after having cast his vote. A very important key election for him. He is considered the BJP strongman in Karnataka, Lingayat strongman, and though not fighting his own election this time around, but fighting for the BJP. Let's just see if Mr. Yediyurappa makes any sort of statement after emerging from casting his vote. All right, he seems... Right, well, let's go back to Pratibha for more. And Pratibha, so B.S. Yediyurappa having cast his vote along with his son, B.Y. Vijendra. Now, there was quite a bit of controversy over, B.Y. Vijendra's seat as well, him getting the ticket from his father's constituency. Some BJP members had wanted him to fight on another ticket. Give us a bit of background about that. But this was something Yediyurappa fought very hard for, to get his son a ticket from his own constituency.
That's right. In fact, Mr. Yediyurappa was in fact one of the stalwarts in the BJP. In fact, he was one of the key leaders who played a crucial role in opening the gateway for the BJP in southern India. And after emerging as one of the tallest leaders of the BJP in southern India, people were pretty much disappointed, especially with the unceremonious exit of Yediyurappa from the BJP, is what we hear from some of his loyalists. And many of them were pretty much disappointed when he did announce his resignation from electoral politics. Though he wasn't really very actively involved, Yediyurappa had to be roped in back as the campaign chief for the BJP. And in fact, when Yediyurappa did mention that he would be stepping away from active role in electoral politics, he did lobby for his son B.Y. Vijendra to continue with his legacy. In fact, there were also talks of B.Y. Vijendra contesting from several other constituencies, but Yediyurappa was pretty much stern and adamant in terms of B.Y. Vijendra taking over his own constituency, which is Shikaripura, and that is precisely why B.Y. Vijendra was given a ticket, issued a ticket, and he did actively campaign in Shikaripura, while Yediyurappa was making his rounds throughout the state to ensure that BJP is voted back to power. Whether that would really come true or not is something that we would really have to see in further days to come.
All right, let's just listen into what Mr. Yediyurappa is saying.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತದ್ದು ಸೂರ್ಯಚಂದ್ರ ಇರೋದೆಷ್ಟು ಸತ್ಯನೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸತ್ಯ. Vijendra is going to get more than 40,000 votes here, and the entire state will get absolute majority. and we are going to form the government. There is no doubt about it. And people's response is very good. Whenever I tour in the state, the response was very good. On that basis, I am telling you that we are going to get absolute majority and we are going to form the government.
Any message for voters?
That question does not arise when we are going to get absolute majority.
What will be the number, sir? Absolute majority this is.
More than 125 to 130 seats in the state we are going to win. Here about 40,000 margin. Vijayendra is going to win.
Sir, ಬಹುಮತ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight.
Stand by. Right, Nirmala Sitharaman has just cast a vote and she's just walking out. Nirmala Sitharaman just exercised her franchise and she's just walking out with her family. And we're waiting to see if she would really speak a word or two, and let me go across to her to find out. Okay, she hasn't really said much. In fact, it has been a high-stakes battle this time around for the BJP. The BJP hoping to be voted back to power ever since 1985, and Karnataka hasn't really voted any government back to power. This time around, will the BJP break that jinx, especially after ruling Karnataka during this term? Nirmala Sitharaman trying to make her way to ensure that she speaks at leisure with the media. Also trying to make way for other voters in order to not inconvenience them. And there is Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman trying to talk to the media. Arrangements being made right outside the polling booth after casting her vote along with her family. And in the meantime, Mr. Narayan Murthy has also stepped in here. Let me actually go across to give you the visuals of Infosys founder, Mr. Narayan Murthy, as well as Sudha Murthy, who have made their way here. So this polling booth assumes a lot of significance, especially with people like Nirmala Sitharaman as well as Narayan Murthy, who have appeared here many times around during elections, and this time too.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
आराम से, I'll answer everybody, please.
मैम कितनी आश्वस्त हैं आप, बेहद खुश और बेहद संतुलित नजर आ रही हैं, और जितने भी वोटर्स से यहाँ पर बात हुई, सब लोग चाहते हैं कि बीजेपी वापसी करें। आप कितने इस चीज को लेकर कितनी आश्वस्त हैं?
आप देख रहे हैं आज का माहौल इधर कैसे है। हर सीनियर सिटीजन, युवा, महिला, परिवार के संग जो आए हैं, उन सब के चेहरे में इतना शांति से वोट का क्यू लगा हुआ है, लाइन लगा हुआ है, और हर एक के मेरे से बात करने के तरीके और वगैरह से मुझे तो स्पष्ट लग रही है बीजेपी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ जीत कर आ रही है।
क्योंकि आमतौर पर तो आम नागरिक वोट डालने जाते हैं, सबके कोई न कोई इश्यूज है, क्योंकि आप भी यहाँ की वोटर हैं, तो आपके मन में क्या रहा वोट डालने के दौरान?
बेंगलुरु का आने वाले दिन में और अच्छी तरीके से उनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो और इधर का बिजनेस हो और पूरे कर्नाटका में स्टार्टअप और बाकी बिजनेस जैसे श्री अन्न तैयार करने वाले, प्रोड्यूस करने वाले किसान, सबके लिए इधर बीजेपी के सरकार और दिल्ली में मोदी जी के सरकार, वो डबल इंजन जो हम बोलते हैं, उसके लिए मैंने वोट डाला।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत रही, कितनी सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत?
नहीं, सीट के ऊपर अभी मैं इतना बात नहीं करना।
निर्मला जी, एक आपका मंत्रालय है जो आम आदमी को सीधा इफेक्ट करता है और लोग बहुत से अपोजिशन भी कह रही है कि महंगाई है, तो इसमें आप कैसे देखते हैं लोगों के लिए?
मैं महंगाई के विषय में जो इस बात करने वाले विपक्ष के नेतागण के सामने ये प्रश्न अभी भी पूछ रही हूँ, लगातार पूछते रह रही हूँ।
नीचे करो।
जब यूपीए सरकार की 10 साल 6% के ऊपर, 6 का महत्व क्या है, 4% कानूनन इन्फ्लेशन रहने का रेट, उससे +2% तक, 6% तक कानूनन आप टॉलरेंस बैंड कह सकते हैं। उससे ज्यादा लगातार यूपीए के पीरियड में इन्फ्लेशन ज्यादा था। मैं ये कंपटीशन नहीं कर रही हूँ, उनका ज्यादा मेरा कम, मगर कॉन्शियसली 2014 से लेकर आज तक इन्फ्लेशन का कंट्रोल के कितने सारे स्टेप्स मोदी जी के सरकार के द्वारा, और इधर भी मैं सीएम बसवराज बोम्मई जी का धन्यवाद कहना चाहती हूँ। एक्साइज ड्यूटी में पेट्रोल का प्राइस कम करने का 2 बार जो प्रयत्न हुआ, उनमें केंद्र सरकार जब कटौती की, बसवराज बोम्मई जी भी कटौती की।
निर्मला जी,
इसीलिए इन्फ्लेशन का विषय में मैं जनता के साथ हूँ। हाँ, बोझ ना होना चाहिए और कम होना चाहिए, मगर विपक्ष को कोई हक नहीं मिलता क्योंकि उनके कार्यकाल को वो देखें।
बजरंगबली की पूजा ऑपोजिशन, कांग्रेस, राहुल, प्रियंका सब करने लगे हैं।
हाँ, हम तो कभी भी बजरंग बली जी के नमस्कार करते हैं और हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ते हैं हम सब, मगर उनको चुनावी वक्त हो जाते हैं कांग्रेस वाले हनुमान जी के ऊपर। ये कर्नाटका हनुमान जी का धरती है, उनके जन्म स्थल है इधर, इसलिए इधर आकर के उनके एक नेता इधर उधर की बात नहीं की, मैनिफेस्टो में लिख रही हो, बेवकूफी का उदाहरण, इससे ज्यादा कोई कुछ नहीं।
मोदी ने 16 जनसभाएं
had worked over here in the last leg of election campaigning.
मोदी जी के करिश्मा, yes, it works even now, and it works all over the country because people directly connect with the Prime Minister. They know he hears their voice and they know he reacts to them and he also responds to them. इसीलिए जनता के और प्रधानमंत्री जी के बीच में कोई और हो नहीं सकते, सीधा संवाद होता है।
मैम, पिछली बार 104, इस बार कितना? पिछली बार 104, इस बार कितना?
मैं नंबर के बारे में अभी No, from the way I see it, yes, you're raising a very important point, but from the way I see it, Bengaluru is coming out in a big number. I hope that number will be improved upon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nirmala ma'am, elections by all parties, not just the BJP or Congress.
Give us some space.
Are any of these emotional issues going to work? People
What are those emotional issues?
This could be the hijab, the halal, the Bajrang Dal issue, all of these issues. People of Bangalore have traditionally always voted for development. What do you think this time around?
They will vote for development even now. No doubt on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good morning and welcome. This continuous coverage of the big election in Karnataka. In fact, Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, was speaking at this moment, quite confident at this moment, saying that the BJP will cross that Lakshman Rekha, will cross the finishing line and possibly break the 38-year-old record of any party coming back to power in Karnataka.
Really hoping to break that jinx, and we've had the BJP leaders out, early birds that they are. You have Nirmala Sitharaman, B.S. Yediyurappa along with his son cast his vote, and of course we'll talk at length about his role and how he brought the BJP to power in this southern state, and the BJP now hoping to retain power, even though this time around B.S. Yediyurappa is not in electoral politics. He gave that emotional speech and he stepped out of it. We're also joined by V. Raghav, Pratibha and Shrija. There on the ground at the polling booths. Pratibha reporting from where just a short while ago we saw Nirmala Sitharaman casting her vote.
Absolutely. Good morning to all of you. I want to very quickly take you back to the ground where the action at this moment is. The voting started at 7 a.m. this morning. Shrija, where are you at this moment? And, Bengaluru, we saw how people in Bengaluru, the IT city, the Silicon Valley, make a lot of noise about issues, but not many people do come out and vote. Is Bengaluru also going to buck that trend this time?
Well, let's talk about firstly what happened back in 2018. If you're talking about the voting percentage, it was really poor because that was something which the Election Commission did point out. The overall percentage of Karnataka stood at nearly 76%. You looked at Bengaluru just about 55%. So the urban apathy is something which the Election Commission had highlighted. Like you did point out, Bengaluru sees maximum, especially citizen movement, but you do not see much in terms of, where they come out, and also in terms of addressing civic issues. You do not really see much of an activism out there. But of course, let me go across to a few voters over here. You are just waiting here in line to cast your vote, but what are the key issues in your area?
Key issues, the constant power cut happens. Roads get flooded all the time. Those are the key issues I can see in my area.
So, but that's in every, election story, right? You do not see a change at all.
Well, I hope there's a vision for the state and the country.
Well, thank you. What about you?
I think something similar to, there are a lot of water issues that happen. I think that's about it.
So the local issues, what are the kind of local issues are you looking at that need to be addressed?
Ejipura flyover.
Traffic.
It's been like that for...
It's been stuck there.
It's been like that for 8 years, I think.
8 years. And how unfortunate that for 8 years that no governments have been able to address. What about you? What are the kind of issues that need to be addressed?
I think there are basic governance issues which need to be put in place.
Okay.
And that sort of gets lost between all the parties. So it's not like you can blame one specific party to say they're not doing it. And you address the basic issues around basic civic amenities to be provided, basic infrastructure development to happen on time. I think we should get sorted, at least from an urban standpoint.
About, there is a disconnect between any political parties that come to power. Is that because of lack of citizen engagement? Is that what you're saying?
You see people voting out here. I think we do our job, and then what happens at a later stage basis the majority everybody is aware of, right? So you can't say that the citizens are not engaged. It's just that there's a higher being out there which basically takes its own direction. So,
well, yes. Thank you so much for speaking to us. What do you think, sir? Yes. What are the
Think
key
about
issues
what? Key issues. Okay, faster pace of development. I think that is something we would want to happen.
Yes.
And I think that is, if I have to choose a singular issue, that would be it.
Any areas that you think need to be fixed in your area?
I think infrastructure. When you ask in Bangalore, infrastructure is going to be a key issue because you spend more than 3 hours on the road on commute in that. So that's going to be a very important issue for us.
Well, we see, every year this is what it is, right? Or every term, when elections come and go. We've never seen a permanent solution.
Yeah, it's been improving, but I think the pace has to increase a lot. I think that if you go outside, there's a lot of metro construction happening, but I would wish that it could be more faster because the population growth rate and people who are coming here is increasing at much faster rate than what the infrastructure is growing. So that's important.
That's so true. In fact, that's something which, the Bengaluru city as a whole has not been able to keep up with. The growing population in terms of development has been a kind of a mess because these are the key issues that have remained for so long, whether that is this, traffic snarls. We're talking about like how one of the voters did speak about flooding. That is something, a new issue that Bengaluru is witnessing. So these are certain key areas that they're hoping the new government, the new elected representative will help solve this problem.
One of the most prominent Bengalurian there, in fact, Mr. Narayan Murthy, in the queue to exercise his franchise. That's also a very nice thing about southern states, and what I also saw in Karnataka. There is a lot of people, they don't come as the VVIPs I've usually seen in the northern states when they even come out and vote.
Yediyurappa and his son were in line for quite a long time before they went in and cast their votes, and now, yes, Mr. Narayan Murthy and his wife there, Sudha Murthy, I think they're emerging after casting their votes.
Yeah, it looks like Mrs. Murthy has already casted her vote. She's coming out. Let's very quickly go across also to Veera Raghav. Good morning, Veera. Speaking about Bengaluru, 28 seats, but usually the analysts would say it's not Bengaluru that decides the election in Karnataka. How do you see Bengaluru playing out this time? Prime Minister has 2 massive roadshows there as well.
Well, that's a very important question, Ankit, but I think for the moment, maybe because Narayan Murthy is there and Sudha Murthy is there, maybe Pratibha, who's possibly at that polling booth, can take us through the real first-time voters there before we get into analysis.
All right, well, let's go across then to Pratibha, and you've been speaking to many of those in line, and they've been talking about the problems that Bengaluru has. Narayan Murthy, one of the most prominent citizens of Bangalore, and indeed in India, casting his vote right now, one wonders what's on his mind.
Well, in fact, this time around, it's pretty interesting to note that it's no longer about roti, kabda and makan, but even national issues playing a dominant role in the minds of voters before they exercise their franchise. Many of them talking about not just good roads or electricity and things like that, but many of them talking about development, infrastructure, political stability, as well as overall welfare of the country. And that is an interesting point. And another interesting point is there are at least around 2 crore 64 lakh women electors who are eligible to cast their vote. And I have with me one such woman here who has just inked her finger. Can you show your finger? Okay. So it is quite a celebratory festivities that are doing the rounds in Bengaluru today.
Yes. It's full of energy and vibrations in Bangalore.
Right. In fact, one interesting point to note is that Bengaluru has always been known for its voter apathy. Do you think that that could really change? It could break the norm this time?
Surely, because it's on a weekday and we don't have subsequent holidays. So definitely there should be a better turnout this time.
Yeah, let's hope that really turns out to be true. What are the key issues that you really kept in mind before casting your vote?
Yeah, for me, I'm concerned about empowerment and job opportunities for women.
Okay. So when it comes to women empowerment, what are the things that really disappointed you, and how do you think that needs to be addressed?
No, we are only talking, but none of this schemes are being implemented, and everybody is only claiming they are doing, but it has to be done. That's it.
So, are you looking at women in terms of, the kind of development that you want to see for women in the country, or are you also looking at women's representation in the parliament, or even in the assembly?
Overall, the representation in parliament and in job opportunities in our local areas also.
Right. So these are some of the issues that people have been keeping in mind before casting their vote, and we are waiting to see what Mr. Narayan Murthy would really have to say before he speaks to the media and telling us about what was in his mind before he cast his vote. Just minutes before Nirmala Sitharaman did exercise her franchise, and she was talking about how development would actually play a key role, and she also addressed issues like inflation and other issues that were doing the rounds, and we are waiting to see Mr. Narayan Murthy, and I guess there is a lot of buzz doing the rounds. I guess he is really walking out right now, and we would be coming back to you with updates.
Perhaps that's Sudha
what
Murthy, because Mr. Narayan Murthy is still in line. He's wearing his mask, so very COVID conscious there, and Sudha Murthy has already cast her vote, and she's emerging. So we saw him also chatting with people in that line. So Veer Raghav, coming back to you now, talking about this election, as it's been such a hard-fought hard-fought election. You've had, complaints being made against, one party against the other. The BJP complaining about Sonia Gandhi's remarks. The latest being that the Congress also complained about the Prime Minister's message yesterday to the people of Karnataka. So it's really been a hard-fought election.
That's right. Veering down towards the end into a personal and sort of high-voltage campaign. Answering the first question first, which Ankit raised there, Gargi. You heard the woman who Pratibha was talking to mention that it's a weekday, so we may have better turnout numbers. Trust me, the last time there was voting in Karnataka, in Bangalore, it was on a weekend. And there was a sense that most of the people just went out for their weekend long rides and forgot to vote. We're hoping this time Bangalore will up that trend, especially the hard urban pockets which are Silicon Valley inspired, dollar-earning pockets of Bangalore will turn out to come out and vote. For instance, in 2019, if you see, the Bangalore voting turnout figures in Bangalore city, urban centers will be less than 50%. Just go a few kilometers away into rural, Bengaluru rural, you will see the turnout figures touch close to 60%. So that's the kind of difference one sees between these urban centers and rural areas. And perhaps this time there has been a lot of effort, there has been a lot of conversation around it. Hopefully Bengaluru will break that urban apathy that it is famous for, especially those very posh and well-known, globally well-known areas. Perhaps they will commit themselves to local issues and get down to vote. Going to the other question, yes, the Congress started off its campaign firmly on local footing and regional issues, but towards the end, it seems to get diluted more into high-voltage campaign on issues that you had mentioned, Gargi. Hard-fought election, as always in Karnataka, it boils down to certain social arithmetic.
This moment, let us listen in to what Mrs. Murthy is saying.
Sir, please stay 1 second.
Yeah, as well as the security and just seems a bit chaotic there around Ms. Murthy. As she's cast a vote. Mr. Narayan Murthy still in line to cast his vote. And one of the early birds this election.
This is, and as expected, a lot of people trying to, a lot of channels, they're trying to get a reaction from Mrs. Murthy on what was on her mind when she pressed that EVM button. So that has created a lot of, chaos there. But let's just very quickly go across to Shrija, our colleague who is now joined by a very, very special, voter there in Bengaluru. Shrija, go ahead. In fact, what we've been told is that a 100-year-old man, you can see...
And that's him casting his vote. He's now with Shrija. Shrija, over to you.
So that is Narasimhaya, what we're showing you the visuals here at one polling booth in Korbangla. Now he's a 100-year-old voter. In fact, speaking to NDTV, he went on to talk about that he hopes to vote for another 2 terms as well. So we've already spoken to him. He's right there casting his vote. We tried to speak to him to understand what are the kind of issues that, especially his area needs to be focused on. In fact, he went on to talk about how happy he is, how content he is. All that he went on to talk is that he just wants to vote for another 2 terms.
All right, well,
so
that's a very special voter there, 100 years old, casting his vote there. Let's go across to where Sudha Murthy is now speaking.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮತದಾನ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸೊ ಏನು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಮತದಾನ ರಜೆಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೊರಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಯಾರಿಗೆ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾ ಹೇಳಬಲ್ಲೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತದಾನ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ
ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ
ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸಿಟಿಜನ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅವರೇ ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯೂತ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತು
ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನಾ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನೋಡಿ ಕಲೀರಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬೇಗ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಬಂದು ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ
Ma'am, are you disappointed that
to come out fast
Karnataka has moved from development
and get down to vote? Very strong
message. I'll finish ಕನ್ನಡ ಮುಗಿದಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ನಡ
From whatever I could gather
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, are you disappointed that development
seems to be extremely
taken a backseat compared to caste and communal politics? Has that taken more precedence in the run-up to Karnataka elections?
See, I'm not a political savvy person. All those things I don't. I really don't worry about those things. I only think it's my duty as a citizen to cast my vote, and whatever I feel right, I have done, which is confidential.
Employment. Okay, this is the 100-year-old voter, Mr. Narasimhaya, you've just cast your vote.
Yes.
Yes? And what are the key issues that you're looking at? What are the areas of improvement?
Yes, education of all people.
Education?
Of all people. Education.
Education.
Yes.
Okay. And how many, you were telling me that you would wish to vote for another 2 terms, which is 10 years.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. How happy are you?
I said 110.
Another 10?
Yes.
Okay. How happy are you in your constituency?
Yes, but people are very happy.
Do you go to parks? Do you relax?
Yes.
Yes?
He goes twice a day, like in the morning and in the evening.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he goes for a walk.
You go for a walk?
He talks to people.
How was Bengaluru back then? Nearly 50 years ago.
50
years, more of green cover.
Very bad. So Modi turned all the changes.
All right, would you like to?
Yeah, I'm excited because like he's our role model and he's been excited to come here and vote, and he was voting for this day.
Yes.
And like he's adopted like his 2 villages, like he has certain principles,
Wow.
like a village called Goribidnur, which is about 80 kilometers from here. He's from that village and we have adopted and we have done a lot of magic there, I can say. Yeah, like we've created employment.
Civil engineer.
You're a civil engineer?
Yes,
Yeah.
100-year-old civil engineer?
Yes.
Okay, that is a 100-year-old Narasimhaya voter who, of course, went on to talk about one major issue, according to him, is a scope of improvement. An area that he was talking about is education.
Right.
This doesn't
That is so inspiring.
inspire people to come out and vote. Nothing.
Exactly. I hope young people there in Bengaluru right now be inspired by that 100-year-old citizen who's obviously a very good citizen as well, adopting villages. Let's go across to Pratibha now, where Sudha Murthy has just cast her vote.
Diligently, with a lot of deep thought.
Yeah. Right. In fact, we did speak with Ms. Sudha Murthy just a little while ago, where she spoke about 2 important issues that she kept in mind before casting her vote. One was infrastructure and 2 was education. And she also appealed to a lot of voters to come out and cast their vote and break the jinx of Bengaluru being known for its voter apathy. And she did say that this is an important part of democracy which everybody must really exercise. And this was the message that Sudha Murthy did really come around to tell people, and she also refused to speak about any other political issues, saying that she is a non-political person and she doesn't really understand any of these issues. All she knows is that she wants to come here and cast a vote. She
Surrounding Mr. Narayan Murthy as well, wanting to get his statements on what was on his mind as he cast his vote. The Murthys also, as all of us know, the in-laws of the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. In fact, Sudha Murthy was in the news recently for saying that her daughter helped Rishi Sunak become Prime Minister, and she helped Mr. Narayan Murthy.
Once you start criticizing without proper data, you lose your credibility. So I don't want to do that.
Mr. Modi, as a prominent citizen of Bengaluru, resident of Bengaluru, what are your key expectations from a development perspective?
Well, my hope is that for my grandchildren, this place will be one of the best places in the world to live, to pursue their career, to pursue their education, to pursue their career, and to add value to the society. That's our hope. And second, We all hope that the poorest child in the remotest village in India has access to decent education, decent healthcare, decent nutrition, and hope that the child's grandchildren will have a better future than that child.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Narayan Murthy there, in fact, speaking about his expectations. What we'll do, we'll slip into a very short break at this moment. On the other side of your screen, you were seeing Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar waiting to cast his vote. We'll get you the latest updates from the ground in Bengaluru and Karnataka. Important election taking place in the state. Will it be the revival of the Congress party, or the BJP will create history by coming back to power? Coming back after a short break, stay tuned. Fastest results and the latest update on NDTV.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Up. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with us. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fun. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Up. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with us. Now, we want you to share your version.
Welcome back. Bengaluru, Karnataka right now is voting, a single-phase voting for the 224 seats in the state of Karnataka. Leaders trickling in the morning. In fact, BJP leaders seems to be the ones those who are coming out at this moment early in the morning and casting their vote, the early birds. Let's take a look at senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Chief Minister, the former Chief Minister, Mr. Yediyurappa, with his son, who is now contesting, will be from the same constituency that was held by Mr. Yediyurappa. He came out and voted. They have already exercised their franchise. Then, of course, political leaders will try and monitor the situation. Let's just take a look at who all have come out and voted so far in the state of Karnataka.
Vijayendra is going to get more than 40,000 votes here, and the entire state will get absolute majority, and we are going to form the government. There is no doubt about it, and people's response is very good. Whenever I tour in the state, the response was very good. On that basis, I am telling you that we are going to get absolute majority. More than 125 to 130 seats in the state we are going to win. Here about 40,000 margins. Vijayendra is going.
Of course, this is my first election. More than nervous, I'm very happy, and I'm glad that I've been given opportunity by the party high command to contest from the constituency where father was winning for last 8 consecutive times. I'm really blessed to contest from this constituency. I'm just looking forward to work in the interest of our constituency, people of our constituency.
I'm very happy with the way our party has conducted the campaign for last 3 months, and I'm very happy the way the people have responded, and I'm very happy the way our workers have really toiled hard to make this victory a reality.
Bommai sir, do you want to appeal something to the voters of Karnataka today?
Yeah, I just want to say that please come and vote to the success of democracy and development of Karnataka.
Is to vote for the person that I think is in the best position to make a difference. What difference? Difference in terms of development, in terms of the life of the people, life of the urban lower middle class people, urban poor, as well as urban middle class, urban upper middle class, and the rural one. Because we are in some way adding to a member of the legislative assemblies who will obviously add to the number of seats that the government will get, and that government has a responsibility for rural Karnataka too. So I would say that I would always think of rural, urban Karnataka and rural Karnataka.
So Bengaluru has always been known for its voter apathy. What will be your message to Bengaluru voters?
No, I think that is very sad, because if we do not exercise our responsibility once in 5 years, how can we criticize the legislators for not doing their work to the level that we want? First, I have to do my duty to the full satisfaction of the electorate, and then that gives me right to say anything that I want. That's the.
So do you think that elections today is no longer about infrastructure and development, but more about communal politics?
No, I don't know. In the circles that I move, we generally think in terms of issues that are important to all classes of people, to all economic classes, to all social classes, to all education levels of people, and to both urban and rural India. So we don't view voting as just making Jayanagar a better place. No. So therefore, I think we all rise above those issues. We wish for a government that will compare itself with the best city that is similar to Bangalore on the global map, and we want our leaders to aspire to make sure that Bangalore is up there.
My final question to you, sir. You're one of the prominent figures representing the IT city and the IT world, and especially the recent floods and things like that. Do you think that that has tarnished the image of Bengaluru?
No, I mean, I travel a little bit outside India nowadays, not as much as I used to earlier. I think these are all things that have happened in different cities all over the world. Therefore, there is a certain sympathy, but they all want this aspirational child of ours, Bangalore, to overcome all those minor issues and make sure that Bangalore earns its legitimate right as the best city in the world.
Thank you so much for this. That was Mr. Narayan Murthy, who's talking to NDTV, talking about the kind of issues that he did keep in mind before casting his vote. And key issues have been to make Bengaluru a better place, put Bengaluru on a global map. We have risen above issues like roti, kapda and makan, and we need to talk about putting India on a global map.
Right, Mr. Narayan Murthy speaking there to our colleague Pratibha Raman. Let me very quickly also go across to Veera Raghav, our colleague who's joining us at this moment. Veera Raghav, first of all, have you gone ahead and casted your vote? And number two, because quite inspired by Mr. Narayan Murthy and a 100-year-old voter there as well.
Sir, my vote is firmly in the Mylapore constituency in Chennai, where I own my...
Lovely.
I don't have my vote in Bengaluru, so I will vote when Tamil Nadu goes in for an election. I'm one of those who moved from one city to another and who live here at the moment. So that settles your
so
question
many people
first.
in Bengaluru.
My family has their vote here.
Right, so many in Bengaluru are in the same
but my family has their vote here, and my wife has promptly. Yeah. My wife has promptly gone in the morning to cast her vote in this constituency. So that settles that. But looking at others, yes, you see, the problem has been one of voter apathy. It's sort of a different city where you have enormous amount. But when it comes to voting day, very few actually turn out. In fact, not just for an assembly election, we're even talking for more importantly for local civic body elections. There has been a huge concern that the issues that you talk about, roads and sewerage, are primarily settled at the local body level, and little participation in that kind of an election in their corporator or councillor in the city. So that is a concern that's overwhelming in Bengaluru. Perhaps this time the city will shrug that off.
Veera Raghav, that's an important point, and I just wanted to pick up on that because despite a court order, the BBMP elections have not taken place. Do you see some sort of an impact? I mean, it could, in fact, at this moment for the incumbent, because there have been a lot of civic issues. People have not been able to, vent their anger in that sense on the voting of the local elections. Do you see impact of that on the assembly election as well?
I think so. I think those are the core issues. If you take local constituencies and local issues, I think traffic, roads, flooding, infrastructure, these are core issues that are extremely important in these areas. But remember, I think when you're talking of...
That's a good point, that this anger could play out now in these elections, and there's been such a citizen activism in Bengaluru, which has really picked up over the last decade or so. There's been, it's very conscious, it's there on social media, they take to the streets as well. Interesting also, Ankit, Mr. Narayan Murthy, when he was asked the question about communal politics, he was quick to, say, no, those are not issues that, me and my circles, we to think about urban issues and the rural issues. So it is interesting, and though we have seen a little bit of that communal politics, well, not little bit, but we've seen communal politics being played out in Karnataka as well, and interesting to see how much of an impact that has.
Absolutely. It will be many interesting factors in the evening when we start discussing those exit polls. Those are the key areas that we would be looking at. Quick break at this moment. As Viragav told us, he doesn't have his voting in Bengaluru. So I don't know which party. I'm not going to ask him on air which party should be relieved and which one should be worried about that. But a quick break at this moment. Coming back, news and updates continue here on NDTV.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Up. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Live. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for
We've always seen Bengaluru per se, if you're talking about the urban apathy. Back in 2018, it stood just about 55 to 57%. Are you hoping there will be some change this time?
I'm hopeful. I'm certainly hopeful because I think these are important elections. These are important elections not just for your and my future. It is important election for the future of the city, Namma Bengaluru, which is a proud city. It is a city that has so much of history and so much of future potential. These elections are about the future of Bengaluru. These elections are about the future of Karnataka, and in a lot of ways it's about the future of India as well. So I am requesting again our Prime Minister, and everybody has requested each and every one of you to come exercise your franchise, participate in this once in 5 year celebration of democracy, be part of this active democracy, show the country, show the city and show the world that you are active, aware, enlightened citizens who understand their fundamental rights as well as their fundamental duties to not just our city but our state and our country.
One final question. We've always seen revolving door politics since 1985. How hopeful is the Saffron Party here?
No, I think the voters of Karnataka certainly know and have suffered. They know they're suffering for the last 65 years of unstable politics, coalition politics. We have seen in 2018 as well what happens when they just give a party like BJP the single largest party. So therefore our call this time has been for a decisive, clear mandate so that there are 5 years of stable government and the focus is on economic development and progress and opportunities for every citizen of Karnataka.
Since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international international story India is closely watching. And news that inform.
Welcome back. Well, it's election day in Karnataka. Finally, after all the campaigning and all the bluster that we saw on the campaign trail, people of Karnataka are out there casting their vote, and it's a 224 member state assembly. Now, let's go across to V. Raghav also, who joins us for more. It's been an interesting, we've been covering this election and talking about all the various issues. But key, Ankit, as we were discussing, will also be, while it's BJP versus Congress, but JDS is also the party that, while it's not, triangular in that sense, but JDS has a bastion of 61 seats. So that is going to be very key as to which way they go once the results are out.
That's right, Gargi. I think often the JDS gets squeezed out in this larger narrative of the BJP versus Congress, but the reality is that Karnataka is actually two-way fights and some three-way fights. One two-way fight between the BJP and the Congress, one two-way fight between the Congress and the JDS, where the BJP has had traditionally only a marginal vote share. Districts like, let's say, Mandya, I'm talking not as the old Mysore region as a whole, but purely the Kaveri Delta districts, the Kaveri regions, the fertile agricultural regions there, where the caste politics of the JDS still holds firm. And then, of course, there are those three-way seats where the JDS, BJP, and Congress are all three players. So yeah, that's really why it's so difficult to predict or analyze this state, because you're technically analyzing 5 different states, because each region thinks and votes differently to the other. But of course, your big focus at the moment is firmly on the IT city, the 28 urban and 4 rural seats of Bangalore, 32 totally. Well, we'll have to see what the voting percentages here are, because these also, Gargi and Ankit, remember, when it comes to a closely fought election where 10 seats here and there could determine who's going to win or not, when you have these 32 seats, well, it depends on who does well here. Remember, in 2018, the Congress won 15, 11 for the BJP and 2 for the JDS in the Bangalore urban 27 seats. And out of that, if you see, 4 of them shifted sides. So one of the main demands of citizens in Bengaluru is we'll vote for our MLA, but please make sure that that MLA remains with the same party till the end of the term. I think that's a very important thing for Karnataka as well. You vote for your MLAs, but let's hope that they remain with the same party till the end of the term.
But interestingly, Viragav, all those 4 MLAs who broke away from the Congress party, they were able to win back on the BJP ticket as well. And that is how it will, in this election, it will be very, very interesting whether there is a swing against or for, because there are quite a few very strong faces which are fighting as far as the Bengaluru seats are concerned. Leaders on their own who, A party or B, are able to pull the election on their own.
Right. It's not just Bengaluru. It's the truth of Karnataka politics. True. That is one of the reasons why a BJP, for instance, even with the might of the central government, has not been able to transform itself in a state where it's confined by the narratives. For instance, take the Jarkioli brothers in Belgaum.
Yeah.
3 brothers contesting, 1 brother from the Congress, 2 from the BJP. They rule the roost there. I mean, they can shift sides. Go ahead with it. Anand Singh, you take a Bellary. Every district of Karnataka has 1 or 2 of those MLAs who can shift sides comfortably, but remain and win the seat as well. Bangalore, for instance, as you pointed out rightly, 4 of those MLAs shifted over, and the Congress's number. S.T. Somashekara, the one in the constituency that I resided in, Yashwantpur constituency, shifted over from the Congress to the BJP, is now contesting as a BJP candidate. So this is candidate power at play. And as I pointed out earlier, 19 of the 32 constituencies have re-elected their MLAs.
Yeah.
Which means that while Karnataka overall, Ankit, and as you pointed out, is an anti-incumbency state, which has not had a government return to power, there are pro-incumbency seats as well. So it's a combination of anti-incumbency and pro-incumbency seats in Karnataka, where candidate power rules the roost. Especially, and I think it's got to do with the genesis of politics. We don't need to get into that at the moment, but yes, it is a disconcerting trend. And one of the prominent demands by citizen activists in Bengaluru is for some kind of legislation or some categorical way in which you can ensure that MLAs who are elected from a particular party cannot just resign and get themselves re-elected from another party and change sides. once you're elected, and if you're, some of them have made the demand that they should not be allowed to contest for 5 years if they resign from a particular party. So I think this is something as an issue that one needs to take up to ensure that you don't have shifting of sides. Something
and
very
probably
similar
something
to the
that you should take up
law.
all India, because that has been a complaint through various elections, and we saw in Goa, Ankit, when various candidates went and prayed at temples and took pledges at temples and churches, etc. They wouldn't change their party, but so this is an issue I think is going to take a long while for us to deal with.
Absolutely, and despite the anti-defection law, but yes, I mean the face of politics in India in the recent times would change if there is a legislation like that to restrict the MLAs from moving to one party to another. All right, quick break. We will continue our focus on this election. Stay tuned.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shod, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse. We take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV and the big story all day today, voting underway in Karnataka. And there you can see the Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai. We did see him earlier on this morning visiting a temple as well, Ankit. And now there he is in line to cast his vote.
Absolutely. What I can understand the kind of pressure that he would be under. Yediyurappa was removed. He was given about 22 months at the helm of the affairs as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Either way, the victory, of course, would be credited to Prime Minister Veera. And if the results are not up to the mark or possibly the way the BJP would want, he's the man whose neck would be on the line.
Oh yes, he's like the Indian team captain. You know, when you win, the team gets the credit. When you lose, you take the entire blame. And he's had a very tough tenure. You see, as you pointed out, Yediyurappa was not somebody who stepped down voluntarily. He had to step down, and he's had to manage things. But frankly, that he's been able to hold things together and getting into an election. He's in his constituency, and I remember this when he went to file his nomination. He had this massive road show with JP Nadda and actor Kicha Sudeep when he went to file the nomination to reiterate that, look, I'm still the man in charge of this constituency. Of course, he's contesting against Ahmed Khan Pathan of the Congress, a local candidate there in Shillong. Remember, these are also areas where the larger Lingayat issue was playing out. Haveri, Shillong constituency is in Haveri district, very close, just about an hour away from Hubli Dharwad Central, where you had Jagdish Shettar moving out. And Basavaraj Bommai in many ways is a very fascinating character. His father S.R. Bommai was Chief Minister of Karnataka. He's very erudite, a very happy-go-lucky person. His friends would tell you they're very relaxed and happy-go-lucky kind of person that he is. And sort of accidental chief minister in some ways, but has taken the job up and has sort of led the charge for the BJP in many ways. Worked really hard in this election campaign, of course, going out to vote. We must be talking also about the other Congress leaders who are about to vote. I believe Siddaramaiah is going to vote in a bit in Varuna, and then DK Shivkumar will be voting by 11 o'clock in Kanakpura as well, Ankit.
We haven't seen any of them out yet.
That's a disclaimer that we are making. It's not by design. The Congress leaders are yet to come out. As soon as they do, we will take you to those visuals as well.
Let's go across to Pratibha now, who joins us from Jayanagar, which has seen quite, some of the big faces of Bengaluru coming out and casting their vote there. You had Narayan Murthy there as well, Pratibha, and a lot of the elderly coming out and, beseeching the younger lot of Bengaluru to come out. And let's hope that Bengaluru, this time improves on its past records.
That's right. In fact, this polling booth holds a lot of significance, mainly because this is home to a lot of senior citizens. I have with me one such person. நீங்க இன்னைக்கு vote பண்ண வந்திருக்கீங்க. என்ன issues mindல வச்சுட்டு vote பண்ண வந்திருக்கீங்க?
அதெல்லாம் தெரியாது. ஏதோ ஓட்டு போடணும் வந்தோம்.
நீங்க என்னெல்லாம் issues உங்க ஏரியால என்ன மாதிரி problems இருக்கு?
If you take as a problem, it's a problem. We have to solve ourselves. That is our nation.
Right. So to solve problems, you decided to come here to vote.
We have come to vote just to stabilize everybody. Everybody should get food. That is our main motivation.
Right.
Yearly once we will do annadhanam for at least for 5,000 people with our mother.
Thank you so much for this. Have a good day.
She is 92.
Okay.
And she is Saint Tyagaraja great granddaughter-in-law.
Right. Thank you so much for this. A 92-year-old lady who has decided to exercise her franchise and come here to cast her vote. And her message to all other voters is also to ensure that they exercise their franchise. And this is an important part of democracy. And that is the message that most senior citizens, including people like her as well as Mr. Narayan Murthy, did send out. In fact, a couple of minutes ago is when Mr. Narayan Murthy as well as Sudha Murthy did exercise their franchise, and they exited from this polling booth. And let me see if I can go across to them. But before that, Mr. Bommai will be casting his vote, and this is an important time we are talking about in Karnataka, where the BJP is trying to break the jinx in order to form the government this time around once again.
To speak any moment, and as we were discussing earlier as well, Veeraraghav was saying that he's quite a character. In fact, doesn't live in the official chief minister bungalow as well, stays in his his own traditional house, his family home. Interesting the way, in fact, the chief minister has in a way not been made the face, but is the man at least on the ground in charge, and it's not even certain whether he will remain in the job even if the Bharatiya Janata Party is able to win this election and create history. Very, very important and interesting, all these dynamics that will play out post the election, and that is something that we will leave for 13th. But the chief minister is expected to speak any moment. You can see the media there preparing, in fact, for that address of the chief minister. As we are waiting for Mr. Bommai to speak, all right, he's there. Just let's listen in to what Mr. Bommai is saying at this moment.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮತದಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
All of us have a duty to go out and vote.
ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
I have also voted.
ಮತದಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಗೆ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಾನು ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ, ತಾವು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕನ್ನು ಚಲಾಯಿಸಿ ಮತದಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ಇದರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಭವ್ಯ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ, ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಬರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಮತ ಬಹಳ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದು, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಚಲಾಯಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. Yes.
You will depend for the future of the state and for the well-being of the state. You should go out and exercise your franchise.
ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಪಳ್ಳು ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಆರೋಪಗಳ ಒಂದು ಚುನಾವಣೆ. ಜನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನೆನಪಿದೆ, ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿ ಅವರು ಏನು ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸ್ಥಾನ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಪವಿತ್ರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಮೈತ್ರಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೆಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದಿದ್ದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ BJP ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂತು. ಕೋವಿಡನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದಕ್ಷತೆ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ವ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿನೇಷನ್ 100% ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಸುರಕ್ಷತೆ ಇದೆ. ಫ್ಲಡ್ಡಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದಕ್ಷತೆ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪರಿಹಾರವನ್ನು
It's not an exact translation, but the substance of what he's saying is that, look, there has been a lot of things that have happened in Karnataka, listing out stuff that the government has done in the past and saying that don't go by rumors or reports, otherwise go out and exercise your mandate. That's pretty much what he's saying. At Shigao.
ದೀನ ದಲಿತರಿಗೆ ಹಿಂದುಳಿದ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
We brought new schemes for all sections of the society.
ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಭವ್ಯ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಬರಿಬಹುದು. ನವ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಭದ್ರ ಬುನಾದಿಯನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನನಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇದೆ ಇದರ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಆರೋಪಗಳ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಆರೋಪಗಳ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗೆ ಜನ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಕೊಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ನಾಗರಿಕನ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಮತ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಬಹುಮತ.
I am confident that the BJP will get a full majority.
Yes.
सर आपसे हिंदी में बता दीजिए कि नेशनल दर्शक जो देख रहा है क्या अपील करना चाहेंगे और आपके 3 बार
This is Basavaraj Bommai saying that he is confident that the BJP will get a majority after casting his ballot. Of course, much hinges on him. I mean, he's first responding to questions in Kannada and now moving over to in Hindi.
बोल दीजिए and English में भी बोल दीजिए.
So the question to him is that you had voted as a candidate before, but this is the first time you're going to vote as a CM. You voted as a CM. What do you feel? And his response is that I voted as a citizen of Karnataka, not as chief minister. Of course, reiterating that the party he believes will get a clear mandate in this elections.
ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮತಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ನಂಬಿಕೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸಗಳು ತಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ಆ ದೈವನಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂಬಂಧ.
ಈಗ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ದವರು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಜರಂಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬಜರಂಗ ಹನುಮಾನ್ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದನೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅವರು ಸಹಿತ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ
ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನು ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೇ ಅವ್ರ ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है
आपके लिए कितना इम्पोर्टेंट ये चुनाव है?
Yes, so that's Basavaraj Bommai. I think first time as a chief minister that he's going out to cast his ballot, of course saying that he will vote as a citizen, not as chief minister. Ankit, just to point out the interesting character that Basavaraj Bommai is, you talk to him, he's a very erudite, articulate person, gives the sense of being somebody who's very happy-go-lucky in those days, did not quit with Yediyurappa when Yediyurappa quit the party in 2013. He stayed with the BJP, but yet was considered one of the close loyalists of Yediyurappa. And I remember back when Yediyurappa had to step down during his first tenure, it was Bommai who was standing right next to him. I remember them walking together to the governor's office with Sadanand Gowda when Yediyurappa asked Sadanand Gowda to become chief minister when he had to step down due to corruption charges. This is back in 2010. So, really someone who has survived a lot in Karnataka politics and finally got himself the chief minister's chair.
The fourth chief minister from the BJP in Karnataka.
Much of the allegations, Gargi, and much of what you're talking of anti-incumbency today, the face of it has become Basavaraj Bommai.
That's
but
right.
Perhaps a lot of these problems, you must remember, is something that he inherited. He didn't have complete control. He had to, he had to deal with the various factions. He had to deal with the Yediyurappa presence, which is possibly still hanging over a cloud over him. He may be the chief minister, but I think really the biggest face, regional leader of the BJP remains Yediyurappa.
And that's also quite interesting because, Yediyurappa, though the biggest face, but this time not actively fighting election. What kind of an impact it is going to have? Because he's not on the ticket. And in a state where we are talking about strong leaders, regional leaders, those faces which sway the election, that's where, in fact, we will see whether the difference, the Prime Minister pulling this campaign up with a strong leader or not, we'll know on 13th. But interesting, as we were talking about, Mr. Basavaraj Bommai loves his ice creams, loves those, the corner house ice creams. I remember one of the program that we did with him. Right after the program, he said, I need ice cream, and it was ordered for him so that he could have that and then leave, and loves to sing as well. Pratibha, also there at a very important constituency, Jayanagar. We'll talk about that constituency in detail. But Pratibha, you spoke to a few of the very prominent, Bengalurians today in the morning, including Mr. Murthy.
We're seeing that visual also earlier on of Mr. Murthy in line to cast his vote. But yes, over to you, Pratibha.
Well, in fact, right now with this heat that is killing us all, in fact, I would really love to have an ice cream too, just like Mr. Bommai. But then to talk about this particular polling booth, that assumes a lot of significance, mainly because this is home to a lot of senior citizens. And we had also two prominent citizens of Karnataka, and that is Nirmala Sitharaman, Union Minister, as well as Infosys founder Narayan Murthy, both of them talking about, what is interesting about this election is that it is no longer just candidate-centric or party-centric, but it is more about mixing a lot of local issues as well as national issues. And those are two issues that many of them have kept in mind. To give you a clear example, let me go across to a couple of voters. What were the key issues? Oh, congratulations to you on that. What are the key issues that you really kept in mind? Is it just about roti, kapda and makan, or has it gone beyond that to look at even national issues?
See, the main fundamental thing what I kept in mind before voting was the infrastructure, the roads, the congestion, the traffic, the environment. Because the climate is changing very in a harsh way, so that is something which I've kept in mind. Because we see a lot of buildings coming up, but there are no trees that are coming up. So that is one key thing which I've kept in mind.
A balanced development is what you're looking at. So a balanced development is also one of the key issues. In fact, Mr. Narayan Murthy did actually speak with us to tell us that there are two important issues, both Narayan Murthy as well as his wife Sudha Murthy, talking about two important issues. One is infrastructure as well as education. We have with us Mr. Narayan Murthy, who's talking to us about having exercised this franchise. So what were the key issues that you had in mind before exercising your franchise?
No, I think as a responsible citizen, my first responsibility is to vote for the person that I think is in the best position to make a difference. What difference? Difference in terms of development, in terms of the life of the people, life of the urban lower middle class people, urban poor, as well as urban middle class, urban upper middle class, and the rural, because we are in some way adding to a member of the Legislative Assembly who will obviously add to the number of seats that the government will get, and that government has a responsibility for rural Karnataka too. So I would say that I would always think of rural, urban Karnataka and rural Karnataka.
So Bengaluru has always been known for its voter apathy. What will be your message to Bengaluru voters?
No, I think that is very sad, because if we do not exercise our responsibility once in 5 years, how can we criticize the legislators for not doing their work to the level that we want? First, I have to do my duty to the full satisfaction of the electorate, and then that gives me right to say anything that I want. That's good.
So do you think that elections today is no longer about infrastructure and development, but more about communal politics?
No, I don't know. In the circles that I move, we generally think in terms of issues that are important to all classes of people, to all economic classes, to all social classes, to all education levels of people, and to both urban and rural India. So we don't view, voting as just making Jayanagar a better place. No. So therefore, I think we all rise above those issues. We wish for a government that will compare itself with the best city that is similar to Bangalore on the global map, and we want our leaders to aspire to make sure that Bangalore is up there.
My final question to you, sir. You're one of the prominent figures representing the IT city and the IT world, and especially the recent floods and things like that. Do you think that that has tarnished the image of Bengaluru?
No, I travel a little bit outside India nowadays, not as much as I used to earlier. I think these are all things that have happened in different cities all over the world. Therefore, there is a certain sympathy, but they all want this aspirational child of ours, Bangalore, to overcome all those minor issues and make sure that Bangalore earns its legitimate right as the best city in the world.
All right, since we were talking about Congress leaders, finally one has emerged, and the most prominent face at this moment, apart from Mr. Siddaramaiah in Karnataka, DK Shivkumar.
And making that temple run that all of them seem to be making. Yesterday, though, the news was Siddaramaiah and DKS both jointly going to a temple. But yes, finally, DKS there at a temple. This is after we've had the Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai already casting his vote. Yes, so Ankit,
very important these visuals are. I mean, and specifically when we were talking about the whole Bajrang Bali issue and how this attempt was to take this election, make it polarize this election on religious lines. DK Shivkumar and the Congress party, we keep talking about Veera, the faux pas as far as the Congress party is concerned, but this election, the campaign, there have been certain things that the Congress has not done in a long time. Despite the whole talk of ambition, rivalry, they were able to release that video of DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah sitting very calmly, talking to each other about the issues of Karnataka. This is a very important election.
Siddaramaiah's health. It was very like a lot of bonhomie there.
I only wish that they can release a video like that post the 13th of May. That would be very interesting there. But look, yes, DK Shivkumar, a character, again, as we were talking about Basavaraj Bommai, a character in himself. Since 1989, hasn't lost his constituency. One of those who's been able to hold it down. I remember, again, back in the days when he was somebody who was very close to SM Krishna, his rise in largely his big authority stamp comes post 99, between 99 and 2004. SM Krishna in many ways is mentor. Remember, SM Krishna was from Mandya district, the last of the Vokkaliga chief ministers that the Congress has had. The Congress moved away from both the Lingayat and the Vokkaliga vote towards consolidating behind an Ahinda vote under Siddaramaiah. So you're seeing the emergence of one of those two top caste bastions, that is DK Shivkumar representing the Vokkaliga caste, taking over. I think a big challenge for him will be the old Mysore region, not just about his seat, but about the old Mysore region, whether he can wrest seats from the JDS in districts like Mandya. And remember, also there is that internal equation between the JDS, Congress and other things that have been speculated about. Whether if it came to push come to shove, will the JDS back Shivakumar more than Siddaramaiah? These are questions that have been raised, but an extremely crucial election for him. I think both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar have mellowed down a little bit. You meet them about a year ago, I think the animosity was very clear. It was very clear that they were both very aggressive personalities. And but I think over the last year, they mellowed down, and I think the Congress is, they've realized that they need to work together.
Last
and
couple of
hence
months, really, and does the credit
That's
there go to Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, also being from Karnataka, someone who could have to talk to both of them and sort whatever differences out, at least till the election results.
That's right. But remember, the friction was there. When we say last couple of months, Gargi, I remember the Kolar seat, the second seat for Siddaramaiah. I think there was a lot of internal differences that was there. As one expects,
All national media have given it ಕೆಂಕೇರಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ದೇವರು. ನಾನು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಈ ದೇವಿಗೆ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ನಾವು ಹೊರಟು ತಾಲೂಕು ಆಫೀಸ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಮತದಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ಕಬ್ಬಾಳಮ್ಮ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ.
this is my family goddess, and I always come here to seek blessings before anything important. Before going to vote, I've come to seek blessings.
ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮತದಾನನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
I will go and cast my ballot now.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪುತ್ರರು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿ ಮತದಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಪುತ್ರನೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಪುತ್ರಿನೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜ್ವರ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಆಕಾಶ್ ಕೆಂಪೇಗೌಡ ಆಭರಣ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಮತದಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹುಮ್ಮಸ್ಸಿರ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊಸ ಮತದಾರರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಮನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶುಭ ಕೋರಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
I'm not able to hear him clearly, but then, what he's saying is primarily telling everyone to go out and vote, from what I can gather.
ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತರಬೇಕು, ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಅದೊಂದು ನಾಂದಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
We need to bring the change to the country
ದೇಶ
and the state.
ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂದೇಶ ಕೂಡ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
This is the message that I'd like to give people.
ಈ ಯುವ ಮತದಾರರಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾವಂತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೂಕ್ತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನ ಈ ದುಷ್ಟ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನ, ಭ್ರಷ್ಟ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನ
Let's get rid of this
ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ
and bad government.
ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮುನ್ನೋಟುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಚಿಂತನೆ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಂಬಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹೊಸಬ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
I want all first-time voters also to come out and vote.
ರಾಜೀವ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು 21ರಿಂದ 18 ವಯಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಇಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ.
He says it's Rajiv Gandhi who should take it from 21 to 18 years of age.
ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಕಾಲಿದೆ ಹೊರಡಲಿ.
ಸರ್, ಆರ್ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಅವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತರಗಳಿಂದ
ನೋಡಪ್ಪ, ನನಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತದು. ಅವರು ಅವ್ರ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು, ಇನ್ಯಾರ ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ಬಂದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ನಾ ಗೆಲ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ? ಅವರು
Not able to hear him clearly here. To translate that last bit.
ಯಾರು ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೋ ಯಾರು ಸೋಲ್ತಾರೋ ಗುಪ್ತ ಮತದಾನ. ಗುಪ್ತ ಮತದಾನ ಮುಗಿಲಿ, 13ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಲಿ. ನನ್ನ ಮತದಾರ ದೇವರುಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
He's saying, I think the question was, who's going to be chief minister? Who do you think is going to be chief minister? I think the long and short of it is, God knows, we will discuss all this after the counting day on 13th.
I am here with the goddess of my family. This is the goddess called Kinkeramma. My house is named after this goddess called Kinkeri. Whenever I come to file my nomination, I come here, we gather from here and we go. Now before going to the voting also, I come here and I go. So we believe in our own culture and traditions. So this is a very sacred for any of the family members. So that is why I have come here with my family and all my relatives. Today, young voters have got a great opportunity. Rajiv Gandhi gave them opportunity from 21 to 18. I think this is the festival of democracy. They will vote for a change. I have already requested all of them, congratulated them, and they will vote for a change. The change for a progressive Karnataka, for a development Karnataka, to make Karnataka a global Karnataka again. And they all know about the price rise, they know about the corruption. They wanted to arrive at the corruption in the state. I'm sure they will go for a change. They will give us 141 seats. I'm confident that Congress party will form the government.
But Nirmala Sitharaman is saying Congress need to see their...
All right, that was DK Shivkumar speaking before casting his vote. Quite an interesting
After
character.
visiting the temple.
We will talk about more about what Mr. Shivkumar and of course his impact on the politics of Karnataka. And for the Congress party, a quick break at this moment. We are coming back. News and updates continue here on NDTV.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. You too can get some Gadget Love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
Some leaders leaving the party.
Since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for
Welcome back. Now, we've been getting you the latest as Karnataka goes to the polls, but let's now focus on the other very important story right now, what's happening in Pakistan, asserting that the ongoing nationwide protest will continue until the release of the former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. His party, Pakistan's Tehreek-e-Insaf, has instructed all its leaders, workers, supporters to gather and protest. Senior PTI leader Fawad Chaudhry said the party will approach the Supreme Court today morning to challenge the Islamabad High Court's order upholding of Imran Khan's arrest. And remember that dramatic arrest from the court. Fawad Chaudhry termed Islamabad High Court's decision as surprising. Imran Khan was arrested just outside Islamabad High Court by rangers on National Accountability Bureau's warrant in the Al-Qadir Trust case. Islamabad High Court termed the arrest as legal. Now, protests erupted immediately in Pakistan after his arrest. PTI workers, in fact, protested in cities across the country, including Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Lahore, Peshawar and Mardan, even taking on the army in some cases and setting buildings on fire. We've been seeing those visuals since yesterday, and now the Imran Khan's supporters there going to protest outside the Supreme Court as well. And the US Embassy, in fact, has advised heightened vigilance to its embassy there in Islamabad. All staffers have been told to exercise heightened vigilance and avoid locations with large crowds. So this protest taking place in Pakistan, and even as the PTI said they're going to go to the Supreme Court, the news is that Imran Khan physically will not be brought there. He'll be kept wherever he's after he was placed under arrest. So there you can see those scenes of violence from yesterday. And as we said, the US Embassy has cancelled all its consular appointments, and its staffers have been asked to exercise heightened vigilance. Well, that time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest from Karnataka as polling day is underway.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया, उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है, वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges. BJP manifesto has completely failed. I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alida Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, get it up. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Live. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते।
All right, let's just keep the focus back on the Karnataka elections which are taking place at this moment. The state is voting. 9 a.m. The voting, in fact, started at around 7. So the voter turnout for 9 a.m. is out. 7.8% voting so far in the state of Karnataka. Important elections, these which are going to decide, in fact, the future as far as the Congress party is concerned, whether the Congress party could be on the path of revival or the BJP could once again, in more or less a straight fight, would be able to trump the Congress party, win the state again and create history. All those questions are being answered by every button, every vote that is being casted at this moment in Karnataka. Let's just very quickly take a look at what's been happening so far. As far as the big leaders are concerned, top leaders of the BJP, Congress have now started coming. Many have voted early on. The former Chief Minister Yedurappa, the current Chief Minister Mr. Bomai from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Nirmala Sitharaman has also voted. The Finance Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar was outside the temple and of course on his way in Kanakpura constituency to cast his vote. Prominent citizens have also voted, like Mr. Narayan Murthy. Take a look at a few of the top leaders, those who have exercise their franchise.
I'm very happy with the way our party has conducted the campaign for the last 3 months, and I'm very happy the way the people have responded, and I'm very happy the way our workers have really toiled hard to make this victory a reality.
Bomai sir, do you want to appeal something to the voters of Karnataka today?
Yeah, I just want to say that please come and vote to the success of democracy and development of Karnataka.
Vijayendra is going to get more than 40,000 votes here, and the entire state will get absolute majority, and we are going to form the government. There is no doubt about it, and people's response is very good. Whenever I tour in the state, the response was very good. On that basis, I am telling you that we are going to get absolute majority. More than 125 to 130 seats in the state we are going to win. Here about 40,000 margins. Vijayendra is going to.
Today, young voters have got a great opportunity. Rajiv Gandhi gave them an opportunity from 21 to 18. I think this is the festival of democracy. They will vote for a change. I have already requested all of them, congratulated them, and they will vote for a change. The change for a progressive Karnataka, for a development Karnataka, to make Karnataka a global Karnataka again. And they all know about the price rise, they know about the corruption. They wanted to arrive at the corruption in the state. I'm sure they will go for a change. They will give us 141 seats. I'm confident that Congress party will form the government.
Of course, this is my first election. More than nervous, I'm very happy, and I'm glad that I've been given opportunity by the party high command to contest from the constituency where father was winning for last 8 consecutive times. I'm really blessed to contest from this constituency. I'm just looking forward to work in the interest of our constituency, people of our constituency.
आप देख रहे हैं आज का माहौल इधर कैसे है। हर सीनियर सिटीजन, युवा, महिला, परिवार के संग जो आए हैं, उन सब के चेहरे में इतना शांति से वोट का क्यू लगा हुआ है, लाइन लगा हुआ है, और हर एक के मेरे से बात करने के तरीके और वगैरह से मुझे तो स्पष्ट लग रही है बीजेपी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ जीत कर आ रही है।
All political players are hopeful. That is Mr. Ashwath Narayan, the current minister in the government of Mr. Bomai. Important elections, as I've been saying, this will have far-reaching consequences and impact as far as the political parties are concerned, the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party on the road to 2024, the fourth election on the road to 2024, which is taking place in 2023. NDTV will get you the latest from the ground. Stay tuned. We are slipping into a short break and be right back.
Years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artist be proud by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that. कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया, उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है, वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people.
All right, welcome back. Karnataka is voting today. 224 seats of Karnataka Assembly would be seeing a tight contest between the BJP and the Congress, and in some places, of course, the JDS Congress and JDS BJP as well. It will be an important election in the context of 2024 as well, how the people decide and vote. Remember, in the last election in 2018, it was the Bharatiya Janata Party which emerged as the single largest party, but the Congress and the JDS formed the government, and 13 months later, then there was change of guard with the BJP coming to power after the Congress leaders, MLAs, their legislators broke away from the party. Let's very quickly at this moment also go across to my colleague Shrija, who spoke earlier to some prominent Bengalurians coming out and voting at this moment.
Let me go across to Dr. Shetty here. This is in BTM Assembly constituency in Kormangla. He just franchised his exercise. So we see that, what are the key issues? One of the foremost medical minds is joining us. What are the key issues that you have voted this time?
First of all, we want a very assertive government to rule the state and have a good leadership so that the civic communities, healthcare, education, everything improves. That is the whole idea of coming and voting. Yes.
Okay, have you actually thought about, when you actually cast your vote, these are the changes that you are looking forward to in a society?
I am very, very optimistic about the new government addressing most of the civic issues what we are facing, and I expect a dramatic transformation in city like Bangalore, which will set an example for the other cities and other states to follow. We are very privileged to be in the state of Karnataka. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Shetty, for joining us here on NDTV. In fact, one of the foremost medical minds who just spoke to NDTV, he did, of course, highlight saying that how Bengaluru should set an example, and also, in fact, in terms of there are areas for scope for improvement in areas like development, infrastructure, civic woes are something which he said need to be addressed. So we've always seen Bengaluru per se, if you're talking about the urban apathy. Back in 2018, it stood just about 55 to 57%. Are you hoping there will be some change this time?
I'm hopeful. I'm certainly hopeful, because I think these are important elections. These are important elections not just for your and my future. It is important election for the future of the city, Namma Bengaluru, which is a proud city. It is a city that has so much of history and so much of future potential. These elections are about the future of Bengaluru. These elections are about the future of Karnataka, and in a lot of ways it is about the future of India as well. So I am requesting again, our Prime Minister and everybody has requested each and every one of you to come exercise your franchise, participate in this once in 5 year celebration of democracy, be part of this active democracy, show the country, show the city and show the world that you are active, aware, enlightened citizens who understand their fundamental rights as well as their fundamental duties to not just our city but our state and our country.
One final question. We've always seen revolving door politics since 1985. How hopeful is the Saffron Party here?
No, I think the voters of Karnataka certainly know and have suffered. They know they're suffering for the last 65 years of unstable politics, coalition politics. We have seen in 2018 as well what happens when they just give a party like BJP the single largest party. So therefore our call this time has been for a decisive, clear mandate, so that there are 5 years of stable government, and the focus is on economic development and progress and opportunities for every citizen of Karnataka.
Since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse. We take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया?
Welcome back. Now, typically, Bengaluru and the urban areas of Karnataka are known for their apathy as far as the voting day is concerned. Thankfully, this time it's not a weekend, so not an extended weekend holiday for a lot of Bengalurans. Those who have a lot of complaints about infrastructure, but do Bengalurans come out and vote? That's a big question. Last time also, there was a sharp difference in the overall voting percentage of Karnataka and the city of Bengaluru. But there are few, those who have come out and are quite inspiring. Take a look at my colleague Shrija speaking to a 100-year-old voter, quite excited to come out and vote. You should also do the same.
So here at a voting booth in Koramangala, we have with us a 100-year-old voter, G. Narasimhaya. So you've come to cast your vote.
Yes.
Okay, how excited are you? You are
Yes,
excited.
I am very waiting for this day.
Okay. Do you have anything on your mind? What is the change that you're looking at?
No, I am quite normal.
You're fine. How happy are you that you're voting at 100?
Yes, I am waiting for this day.
Okay, well, I wish you all the best for the next 5-year term as well, that you come back and vote.
10 more years.
10 more years?
He has in his mind, I believe.
Lovely, that's great that, God bless you for that. In fact, a 100-year-old voter also sitting here to wish that he would actually vote for the next 2 terms as well. But a few issues that, of course, he says that he's pretty happy about his constituency, but, exuding confidence in the newly elected government here, and we are looking at several voters who have also come in, especially in this particular constituency, to cast their vote. Some of the key issues, as discussed by a few voters, have always been basically civic woes, infrastructure. Those are certain areas which some of the voters have stressed upon the need of change.
Powered by 20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for 2 to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Life. Gadget 360, Gadgets Life. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges.
BJP manifesto has completely failed.
I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two.
Good morning and welcome to this special coverage on NDTV. Karnataka is voting today for 224-member Assembly of the state of Karnataka. 2018, the BJP was the single largest party, but the government was formed by a coalition of the Congress and the JDS, which lasted only 13 months. Now, will the BJP create history by coming back to power in this revolving door of politics that we have seen in Karnataka? And also, can any political party win a clear majority? Because we've seen hung verdicts in Karnataka in the last few elections. Or can the Congress win this election, which is being seen as quite an important election for the revival of the Congress party ahead of 2024? All those questions are being answered by the voters as they press that button on the EVM. My colleague Gargi and I will take you through what's happening throughout the state this morning. Let's very quickly, Gargi, let's first of all go across.
We can see Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman earlier on, and one of the first to cast their votes was Yediyurappa, who came out with his son, and he again said that the BJP will come back in a majority, and so Yediyurappa playing a key role in this election. Ankit, the one that he is not fighting, of course, he's retired from electoral politics. Let's go across to our colleagues. We're joined by Shrija and Pratibha at the polling booths there, and they've been interviewing people and talking to voters, talking to many of the politicians, as well as some of the eminent personalities of Bengaluru who've arrived to cast their vote. Shrija, first to you, tell us what's happening over there.
Well, this is the Malleshwaram constituency, and there has been, the voter turnout has been pretty much good as far as since the morning is concerned. And we, of course, try to talk to a few citizens, some of the key areas of scope of improvement, which they, of course, did try to focus on is in terms of civic infrastructure and, of course, rejuvenation of lakes. So these issues have remained constant, especially for the people in Malleshwaram constituency. The Malleshwaram constituency, as we speak, it is a stronghold of the BJP, and the BJP's candidate, Mr. Ashwath Narayan, who is also a sitting minister. In fact, he is looking for another term from this very constituency. And speaking to a few voters, we also understand, they were talking about some of the civic issues that needed to be focused. Let's talk to some of the voters who've just cast their vote. Yes. So, what were the key issues that you had on your mind before casting your vote?
I had development of India in my mind, and it's only Modi, nothing else. He has put our name in the world map. India is now in the world map. That's what made a lot of difference to me.
That's what has made difference. Okay, maybe I could. Okay, well, if I could go across to more voters. So, what were the issues that you thought before, for a change and for an improvement, and you cast your vote?
Actually, I casted vote, but the queue is very long in one booth.
In your area, in your constituency, what are the areas of improvement?
Almost it is improved here. It's not a problem. Much problem is there in our area.
Okay. Any issues that need to be addressed in your area? Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Okay, seems like Malleshwaram constituency is so perfect for the voters here that they don't see there is any area of improvement at all.
Shrija, so enthusiastic voters, that man complaining of long queues. We are hoping that those queues continue and Bengaluru is able to do away with that infamous tag of voters and apathy. Let's go across to Pratibha now. Pratibha, I can
was
see...
busy chatting with some of those voters in the line. Both Shrija and Pratibha are talking to a lot of elderly voters, and we hope the young ones also come out to cast their vote, because Bengaluru, Ankit, as we were discussing, has seen a lot of citizen activism, and this is where you put your money where your mouth is. Come out and cast your vote. You have no right, as Narayan Murthy said in that interview to us, to complain if you're not going to cast your vote.
Absolutely. Let's go across to Pratibha. Pratibha, if you can hear us. All right, I think now she can hear us. Pratibha,
yes.
If you can hear us, we can see long queues behind you. Just give our viewers a sense of what is Bengaluru thinking this morning.
In fact, Bengaluru has often been known for its voter apathy, and this time around, several polling booths have also several polling personnel have taken initiatives to make sure that polling booths have certain themes around them. Around 246 polling booths that have been installed in and around Bengaluru to attract voters. And this time, what is interesting is that the voting date falls on a weekday, and Bengalurians are hoping that the reputation of Bengaluru, known for its voter apathy, would actually really turn around. Madam, many a times Bengaluru different voters haven't really turned up. 55% voter turnout. This time, do you think it will change?
Yes, definitely it will change.
There are people coming out to vote. Right, yes. What are the issues that you have in mind? Are you satisfied with the local issues here with respect to roti, kapda, makan, infrastructure, anything at all?
Yeah, as of now, everything seems good and they have worked on it and we are happy with it.
Right. So what about you, ma'am? Do you think that national issues will also take over this time?
No, everything is doing good. No, we are fine and we are happy with it.
Right. So since you have been very eager to speak with the media,
I speak in Kannada only.
Okay,
You
sir,
just
please tell me in Kannada.
Yeah, okay, ಹೇಳಿ.
ಏನೇನ್ issues ಇದೆ
ನೋಡಿ,
ನಿಮ್ಮ mind ಅಲ್ಲಿ?
ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರೇ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ನಾವು ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ತರ ಸಿಗೋ ತರದವನು MLA ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಕ್ ನಾವು ಯಾರೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ರೈಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ನ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಮೊದಲು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇದು. ಯಾರೇ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ ಏನೇ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಂತಾನೆ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ತಾನೇ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ದೇವ್ರದ್ದು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿ
ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಆಗು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ?
ನಾನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ದು ಏನೇನು ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಫಾರ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್
So it has to be candidate centric.
No. Let us speak in Kannada only. You also speak in Kannada only.
Right. It has to be
may be in
candidate.
NDTV or other
Yes,
thing.
it has to be candidate centric, and most of them saying that accessibility of politicians is one of the issues that they would keep in mind before really casting their vote. Back to you.
You know, and let's get Veera Raghav in on this as well. That man insisting speak in Kannada. That's the regional pride which the Congress also try and play with Nandini versus Amul and all those issues. And this is very, very important in context of Karnataka. The Kannadiga pride plays an important role across regions in the state, Veera.
I guess every regional state has that bit, and when you provoke it, it obviously becomes an issue. But it's never really been. This is also, remember, amongst all the southern states, Ankit, this is the one state which has been firmly national in its character. You had the Congress and Janata movement earlier as the key players, and then you have now the BJP versus Congress. It's the only BJP versus Congress majority. Obviously, JDS is a player as well in the south of India. So yes, that sense of language and pride is there. However, it's not as turned and political as one would see in a state like Tamil Nadu, where it is extremely aggressive in this one. It is an extremely cosmopolitan state compared to anything else. While you may see an issue that's playing out once in a while that language and regional pride, insider versus outsider debate, all these things come, I don't think that's the overarching narrative of the state. If there is a more, I wonder if there is a more tolerant state in terms of accommodation. Even Bangalore city itself is extremely cosmopolitan in nature. However, this narrative does exist, like you heard the old gentleman there, and I think that's primarily to assert the need to propagate Kannada as well. I think that's
also in a way makes Karnataka quite unique, that it's also immune in that sense to large attempt of religious polarization in that sense as well, because of many of these factors. As if you contrast it with what would play in an Uttar Pradesh, a Bajrang Bali issue could have turned the election in Uttar Pradesh, possibly not the same kind of impact as far as Karnataka is concerned.
And I'm talking about the Kannadiga pride and Karnataka pride. That's something that Sonia Gandhi referred to when she spoke about sovereignty of Karnataka. She said, she claimed threats being made by the BJP, but that in itself was turned against her by the BJP, where they said that it was a secessionist statement. So that was, one of those controversies we saw playing out in the last couple of days of campaigning. But Pratibha, speaking to a lot of women voters, and Pratibha, women voters is something that has also been quite in focus during this election. The party is trying to reach out to the women voters. The Congress in its 5 guarantees, very prominent, promises to women in the state.
That's right. If we are talking about around 5 crore eligible voters in Karnataka, at least 2 crore 65 lakhs of women voters is what we are talking about when it comes to Karnataka election. And let me go across to a couple of women voters, ma'am. Sorry. I'm sure you've come to exercise your democratic right. Do you have any kind of key issue in mind?
No, I don't want to be a part of this, sorry.
Right. So let me go across to a couple of other women here. Ma'am, ಏನೇನು issues ಇದೆ mind ಅಲ್ಲಿ before you cast your vote today?
ತುಂಬಾ issues ಇದೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
Right. ಏನೇನು issues? Public transport, roads,
related ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ.
Okay. So most of them are local issues.
Yes, yes, local issues.
Right. Most of them are local issues. They want good transport, they want good roads and infrastructure, and these are the issues that they are keeping in mind, unlike the Jayanagar polling booth that we saw a couple of minutes ago, where national issues took a lot of prominence there. In fact, to give you a brief about this Puttanahalli as an area which is really grappling with last mile connectivity. There is no real metro station here, and these are some of the issues that people will be definitely holding in mind before casting their vote. But when it comes to Bengaluru, voter apathy is one of the key issues. 2018 elections saw a voter turnout of 55%, and this time around Bengaluru is hoping to change that reputation altogether.
You know, talking about the women voters, in fact, there was one Indian Express report which said that about 112, if I'm not mistaken, constituency out of 224, the women voters outnumber the male voters in those constituencies. They are quite important, and that's why every political party has gone on a limb to try and attract that voters. Not only just the Congress with their, manifesto and guarantees, the BJP with their cylinder and Nalini, milk, and plus, very interestingly, JDS jumped in by saying that they will give some sort of a stipend or money to a woman who gets married to in the farmer's family. So a lot of attractive schemes as far as women are concerned. But Veera Raghav, that also brings out the contrast as far as the Karnataka politics is concerned. There are very vocal, women, but not many candidates as far as the women are concerned across political parties. Even at this point of time, if you look at it, I think it's just about 7% of the entire candidates are women this time. Though some prominent ones like Soumya Reddy in Jayanagar, quite an interesting constituency.
No, not prominent, but the only woman MLA, from Bangalore. That makes her prominent. Well, yes, I think true. That's a real issue that needs to be taken up. Perhaps even a city like Bengaluru could elect far more women legislatures, and I think that's an issue that needs to be taken out. It is. Perhaps across the political spectrum in India, it's not just specific to Karnataka or Bengaluru, but perhaps across the political spectrum in India. Perhaps Bengaluru could lead the way, but for the moment in this election, Bengaluru should lead the way in terms of voter, shrugging off voter apathy and turning around and saying that the city is as connected to the local grassroots of Karnataka politics as it is to the Silicon Valley or the Silicon Valley Bank collapse in the United States or the tech products that come out of there. So that's, I think, the message that Bengaluru should be looking at in these elections, Ankit.
Right, Ankit, and you were speaking about the issue of the Bajrang Dal and how that was also used against the Congress, and the Bajrang Bali became the big cry during the rallies of the BJP. But how big of an impact, Raghav, do you feel that has on the ground, or is it the tweaking of quota that probably appeals more to people and brings more of them in support of perhaps the BJP?
Neither of these issues seem to have dominated the narrative. Well, these are efforts and campaigns that have taken over. However, I don't think this has been the overarching narrative of the BJP. Overarching narrative of this election. The BJP had also hoped that, given that the entire campaign was revolving around the Prime Minister, it could turn the narrative on national issues. I think the Congress has firmly kept its narrative on local issues. In terms of impact, I think it would be unfair to assess all of this right now. Perhaps we could talk about it on the 13th of May. But in terms of larger mind space, I think while these issues have been raised, it may not have been the overarching narrative. As Ankit was pointing out earlier, I think it's important to understand that the different regions of Karnataka, Gargi, I think you pointed out as well, different regions of Karnataka vote very differently. So there has not been one overarching issue that can unite all regions or all sections and become the central theme of an election campaign. And I think that's why the electoral dynamics of Karnataka result in hung assemblies often in the last couple of decades, and also close majority victories that are there, which is why this is always an election. While the results may eventually seem like it's a clear win for one party or another, it may or may not. In terms of vote shares and in terms of the seats, if you see, there are several close contests that work out. So, long answer short, I don't think those issues that you're pointing out, whether it was the quota or the Bajrang Dal issue or other narratives that one has seen which have been charged and personal attacks, I don't think they have been the dominant theme of these elections. They have diluted in many ways the focus on local issues towards the end of the campaign. We'll have to wait and see before we assess.
Right, and Ankit and Raghav, you've both been talking about the importance of local leaders, and that is a big, issue in Karnataka. The local leader belonging to whichever party, he can even switch parties and still maintain his, vote base. And this is something the BJP also trying to override with the Prime Minister's campaigning. We saw his, so many electoral meetings he held, road shows that he held, that a bit of the Gujarat formula or the Gujarat, campaign formula that they have, trying it out in Karnataka as well. Again, we'll have to wait and see till the evening exit polls and the results on the 13th, how much that played into it. But yes, it was a huge talking point in the last couple of days. The Prime Minister in Karnataka for 3 days straight.
That's right. When you talk of moving from Karnataka model to Gujarat model, this is what I was referring to. There are three kinds of seats. One are the party seats as far as the BJP is concerned. Seats where the party can hold its sway irrespective of the candidate. Seats where it's entirely dependent on the candidate. As I pointed out earlier, seats like, for instance, the Jarkioli brothers in Belgaum. Three brothers, one from Congress, two from BJP contesting. They can shift sides and yet take their seat along. In fact, one of the reasons why Deputy Chief Minister of the BJP, Lakshman Sabdi, left the party was because Mahesh Kumtali, who he is contesting against in Attorney as a Congress candidate now, is the one who defeated him as a Congress candidate in 2018. Kumtali shifted to the BJP and is now contesting as a BJP candidate. There are 17, as you know, shifted over from the Congress and JDS to the BJP. So this candidate power is something that has contained parties from making larger differences. I think even when there is an opposition, there is often a feeling of, what they call, quote unquote, match fixing between two powerful political leaders in a constituency or for a particular area. So these are things that have contained some of the experiments that political parties would like to do in Karnataka. Of course, Congress, largely a widespread party which has a larger base in terms of it. BJP, of course, wanting to shake off that power of the candidates in several cases.
And that reflects in the way the Congress gets, mostly gets a bigger vote share, though the conversion into the seats has not been as effective as we have seen as far as the BJP is concerned.
That's because, Ankit, just to add, that's because the Congress fights two battles. One is Congress versus BJP and Congress versus JDS. So if, let's say, the Congress increases its vote share in JDS regions, it could eventually walk away with a huge vote share. But in terms of seats, it may not. Like last time in 2018, Congress got 38%, BJP 36%, but look at the number of seats difference.
And similarly, JDS also has a very good conversion rate in the number of seats that they
because
fight.
they are pocketed.
With
Both
18,
the BJP
exactly,
and JDS are pocketed.
for the dominance that they have in that pocket.
61 seats.
And important this election, I think the baseline of this election is going to be how the Congress JDS battle in the old Mysuru region falls. I mean, and that possibly could be the deciding factor as far as this, one of the important deciding factors as far as this election is concerned. But, like we were talking about the Prime Minister, Gargi, this is, the Prime Minister is, since the time Narendra Modi has come onto the national scene from 2014, he has given an edge as far as the BJP is concerned with the way he campaigns, with the amount of time that he spends and the connect that he has. But this Karnataka election, and it's a theory, and we'll discuss this more, would be different from what the BJP saw in 2018 and the effective campaign of the Prime Minister. That degree might also vary, because 2018, remember, was the first time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as the Prime Minister, was asking votes for an assembly election in Karnataka. In 2013, it was Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and Siddaramaiah came to power. And also the advantage of the BJP at this point of time was that they were fighting an incumbent. So there was anti-incumbency as far as the Congress is concerned. We'll have to wait and see. A lot of things at play as far as this election is concerned. And in any election, it's a combination of factors that make any party win or lose, not singularly one important thing.
Well, we'll slip into a short break now. Lots of, the key players, politicians out there casting their votes and, giving us those interviews. We'll take a short break and come back with more of that.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Up. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with my guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artist out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है वो 40% सरकार के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges.
BJP manifesto has completely failed.
I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artist.
Welcome back. Voting for Karnataka underway. We've been bringing you all the reactions coming in as the people of the state finally go out and cast their vote for the 224-member state assembly. We've been focusing a lot, Ankit, on Bengaluru and hoping that Bengaluru manages to redeem itself and have a better turnout this time around. It's interesting that a lot of the voters have been saying that it's a weekday. Perhaps it'll be a better turnout because the last time around, I think a lot of Bangaloreans just took a long holiday and didn't cast their vote.
Extended weekend for most people when it was close to that. But we are hoping that the trend would be reversed. Many prominent Bengalurians are coming out in the morning and voting. Hopefully, that is going to set the tone for the other citizens of the city as well. Take a look at a few of the prominent names that my colleague Shrija caught up with.
So finally, the day is here. And after all that aggressive campaigns and what we have seen, what are you sensing? Like, you have any idea at all what's happening and how is the wave towards which?
As far as my party is concerned, we had a very aggressive, positive campaign throughout. It's already about 6 months we had started our campaign. And it was a very successful campaign also. Meticulously we had decided how to campaign. And as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party campaign was totally negative, and they never bothered to speak on the public issues. They were just, as usual, rhetoric. They went to their religion, their caste, their language. Instead of listening to the woes of the people, Prime Minister in his first speech itself said that Congress had abused him for 91 times. Oh my goodness, people had not come to hear this. He has come as a Prime Minister. He is not the President of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He should have come as when he comes as a Prime Minister of the country, he should speak the problem of the people, not the problem of his own problem. This is the problem with BJP.
Okay, so you have cast your vote, yes? You've cast your vote and... Yes, great. Also, if, in this constituency, since you have cast your vote, like, some of the key issues that have been failed to, be addressed in the last few years, which are the areas that need focus?
Actually,
Karnataka. This is Karnataka. The official language is Kannada. You are all asking questions in English. ಮನವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮತದಾರರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮತ ಚಲಾಯಿಸಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಚಲಾಯಿಸಬೇಕು. ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಉಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಉಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವೋಟ್ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಮನವಿ.
ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣ ಸೀದಾಗಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಆಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣದ ಒಳೆ ಹರಿದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಈ ಬಾರಿ
ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅರಿತದೆ, ಹಣ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಈಗ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹಣ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ? ವೋಟರ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? ಹೋಗಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಮನಿ. ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಏನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದ್ ಮನೆ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತಿನವರಿಗೆ. 7 kg ಅಕ್ಕಿ 4 kg ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನಂತ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 4 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಸಾಧನೆ ಶೂನ್ಯ. ಸೊ ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ಮೂಲಕ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು 19 ಬಾರಿ ರ್ಯಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇನು ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಆಗಲ್ಲ.
ಏನು ಅವರು ಬೆಲೆ ಏರಿಕೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರ, ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರ, ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರ, 40% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು ಪೆಟಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು. ಆ ಪೆಟಿಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ವೋಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ? ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಯಾಕೆ ವೋಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ?
confidence that the Congress has in terms of this particular election.
You are totally confident.
ನಾನು again consistently telling, after observing the people of the Karnataka, that Congress party would get 130 plus seats. It may go to 150 also. 130 ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳು ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 150 ಸ್ಥಾನದೊಳಗೆ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ.
Congress would grab at least more than 130 seats.
ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ನುಡಿದಂತೆ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನ ಅವಲಂಬನೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ಜನ ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ,
ಆಡಳಿತ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಅಲೆ ಇದೆ. ಆಂಟಿ ಇನ್ಕಂಬೆನ್ಸಿ, ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಂಟಿ ಇನ್ಕಂಬೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದೆ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿರುದ್ಧ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಈ ಸಾರಿ 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಗೆದ್ದೇ ಗೆಲ್ತದೆ. It is a fake letter. It is a fake letter. Said to have been written to AICC President, alleging some allegations against Shivkumar. It is a fake letter. It is not my letter at all. ಹಿಂದಿ ಬರಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ.
ಯಾರ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ.
ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿ, ನೀನ್ ಯಾಕೆ ತರ್ಜುಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ?
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವರು ಬೇಕಂತ ನಿಲ್ಸಿದ್ರು ವರುಣ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ is how confident are you of winning here, sir?
I am 100% confident I will win this election.
Message for the young voters. Message for the young voters. Only 10% will now voter turnout has been.
No, please exercise your right. Please go to the poll and exercise your right. Don't wish from exercising their votes. See, and I request the voter to vote for the party which works, which functions, and also take care of the poor people of the society.
ಮೈಸೂರು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಹಿ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಬರ್ಬೋದಾ? ಈ ಮೈಸೂರು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಹಿ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಬರ್ಬೋದಾ ತಮ್ಮಿಂದ?
ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಸೂರು
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಮ್ಎಲ್ಎಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ವುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ಪವರ್. ಆ ಸಿಹಿ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಬಿಗ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಬಿಗ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಕರಾರುವಾಗ್ತದೆ.
1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಗೆಲ್ಸ್ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಜನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು. 1 ಲಕ್ಷದ ಅಂತರದಿಂದ ಗೆಲ್ಸ್ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಮತದಾರರು ನೀವು.
ಕೇಳೋದು ಬೇರೆ, ಬರೋದು ಬೇರೆ.
So your supporters have been hoping that you become the chief minister of Karnataka, sir. Many supporters are still here. We hear them echo that. What is?
You also want to?
Yeah, I also want, sir. I also want, sir.
You also want?
Yes, sir.
Then?
Yes, sir. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಹಿ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ನಾವು.
It all depend upon. See, ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. I can't decide. Elected MLAs and high-command.
He is talking about who will become the chief minister and place.
ಮಾವನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಸಿದ್ದೇಗೌಡರು
ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು.
waiting for 5 promises. Congress guarantee. What about Congress guarantee, sir?
After we come to power, first cabinet meeting itself, we will decide and pass orders.
Sir, what will be impact of Karnataka result on the 2024 election if Congress gets majority in Karnataka Assembly Elections?
The future of the country is also involved in this election.
Yes. Okay.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse. We take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges.
BJP manifesto has completely failed.
I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it.
Welcome back. Voting underway for Karnataka for the 224-member assembly, and we've been reporting from the ground. Lots of, as you can see there, you can see Tejasvi Surya casting his vote, and in Bengaluru, the hope is that the city manages to redeem itself, given the voter apathy there that is being talked about. And now you've had the Congress, the BJP, and JDS all fighting it out on the campaign trail. The Congress and the BJP fighting it out in several seats where the JDS could play the kingmaker when the results come. Remember, it has a bastion of about 61 seats, so it's hoping to hold on to those seats and be in a position to help form the government. Though, of course, we've seen statements being made both by the BJP and Congress that they're going to get a majority, all of them quoting 120, 130 seats for them. Well, let's just take a look at what some of the leaders had to say. One of the first to cast his vote was former Chief Minister of Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa, who is not contesting. Remember, he's retired from active politics, from the electoral politics rather. His son is contesting. Here's what he had to say.
Vijayendra is going to get more than 40,000 votes here, and the entire state will get absolute majority, and we are going to form the government. There is no doubt about it, and people's response is very good. Whenever I tour in the state, the response was very good. On that basis, I am telling you that we are going to get absolute majority. More than 125 to 130 seats in the state we are going to win. Here about 40,000 margins. Vijayendra is going to.
I am very happy with the way our party has conducted the campaign for last 3 months, and I am very happy the way the people have responded, and I am very happy the way our workers have really toiled hard to make this victory a reality.
Mumbai sir, do you want to appeal something to the voters of Karnataka today?
Yeah, I just want to say that please come and vote to the success of democracy and development of Karnataka.
Today, young voters have got a great opportunity. Rajiv Gandhi gave them opportunity from 21 to 18. I think this is the festival of democracy. They will vote for a change. I have already requested all of them, congratulated them, and they will vote for a change. The change for a progressive Karnataka, for a development Karnataka, to make Karnataka a global Karnataka again. And they all they know about the price rise, they know about the corruption. They wanted to arrive at the corruption in the state. I'm sure they will go for a change. They will give us 141 seats. I'm confident that Congress party will form the government.
All right, DK Shiv Kumar there after visiting a temple this morning ahead of casting his vote. Now in Bengaluru, we also spoke to Infosys founder and one of the most eminent Bangaloreans, Narayan Murthy, who was there early morning in line to cast his vote, and he said that he hopes people in Bangalore will turn out. He said that if you don't come and cast your vote, you have no right to complain.
We have with us Mr. Narayan Murthy, who's talking to us about having exercised this franchise. So what were the key issues that you had in mind before exercising your franchise?
No, I think as a responsible citizen, my first responsibility is to vote for the person that I think is in the best position to make a difference. What difference? Difference in terms of development, in terms of the life of the people, life of the urban lower middle class people, urban poor, as well as urban middle class, urban upper middle class, and the rural one. Because we are in some way adding to a member of the Legislative Assembly who will obviously add to the number of seats that the government will get, and that government has a responsibility for rural Karnataka too. So I would say that I would always think of rural, urban Karnataka and rural Karnataka.
So Bengaluru has always been known for its voter apathy. What will be your message to Bengaluru voters?
No, I think that is very sad, because if we do not exercise our responsibility once in 5 years, how can we criticize the legislators for not doing their work to the level that we want? First, I have to do my duty to the full satisfaction of the electorate, and then that gives me right to say anything that I want. That's all.
So do you think that elections today is no longer about infrastructure and development, but more about communal politics?
No, I don't know. In the circles that I move, we generally think in terms of issues that are important to all classes of people, to all economic classes, to all social classes, to all education levels of people, and to both urban and rural India. So we don't view voting as just making Jayanagar a better place. No. So therefore, I think we all rise above those issues. We wish for a government that will compare itself with the best city that is similar to Bangalore on the global map, and we want our leaders to aspire to make sure that Bangalore is up there.
My final question to you, sir. You're one of the prominent figures representing the IT city and the IT world, and especially the recent floods and things like that. Do you think that that has tarnished the image of Bengaluru?
No, I travel a little bit outside India nowadays, not as much as I used to earlier. I think these are all things that have happened in different cities all over the world. Therefore, there is a certain sympathy, but they all want this aspirational child of ours, Bangalore, to overcome all those minor issues and make sure that Bangalore earns its legitimate right as the best city in the world.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, here's a look. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges.
BJP manifesto has completely failed.
I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alida Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest now from Pakistan, and asserting that the ongoing nationwide protests will continue until the release of former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan. His party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, has instructed the leaders, workers and supporters to all gather in protest. So they're gathering to protest outside of the Supreme Court. Senior PTI leader Fawad Chaudhry has said the party will be approaching the Supreme Court to challenge the Islamabad High Court's order upholding of Imran Khan's arrest, and he termed this decision as surprising. Imran Khan yesterday was arrested outside the Islamabad High Court by rangers. It was a dramatic and shocking arrest that took place suddenly. This was on the National Accountability Bureau's warrant in the Al-Qadir Trust case. Islamabad High Court has termed the arrest as legal. According to the charges, Imran Khan and others are accused of allegedly adjusting 50 billion rupees, that's 190 million pounds at the time, sent by Britain's National Crime Agency to the government, adjusting it in that trust. And since his dramatic arrest there, protests erupted in Pakistan. PTI workers protested in cities across the country, setting buildings on fire, taking on the army as well. And protests were seen in Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Lahore, Karachi, Peshawar and Mardan. So the situation there extremely vulnerable and a lot of tension. As you can see, protesters out on the streets, and now PTI asking for its supporters and leaders to come out in protest. Now, the US Embassy has cancelled all consular appointments and told its staffers to exercise heightened vigilance and avoid any crowded locations. So really all countries watching very closely what is happening currently in Pakistan with the surprising arrest of Imran Khan yesterday. The ex-Prime Minister will not be brought to court, and the hearing will take place at the location where he is currently under custody. So he will not be brought out physically, and the hearing in his case will take place at the location where he is.
Chaos and pandemonium as former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan was arrested by the Pakistani Rangers. This inside the Islamabad High Court premises. The forces even breaking window panes to get to the 70-year-old. These shots, tweeted by Imran Khan's party, showed him being led to a government vehicle by multiple armed paramilitary personnel. Minutes before his dramatic arrest, Imran Khan had tweeted this video message saying he was ready to go to jail.
सवाल मेरा ये है कि क्या एक मुल्क का एक्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर, क्योंकि इस आदमी का नाम आ गया, मैं अपना एफआईआर नहीं कटवा सका? पता तो सच और झूठ तब चले जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती, एफआईआर इसके खिलाफ होती, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती. अगर ये बेकसूर था, सामने आ जाना था.
In another video on Instagram released soon after his arrest, Imran Khan can be heard predicting his arrest.
मेरे पाकिस्तानियों, जब तक ये मेरे अल्फाज आप तक पहुंचेंगे, मुझे एक नाजायज केस के अंदर बंद कर दिया होगा. इससे एक चीज आप सबको वाज़ेह हो जानी चाहिए कि पाकिस्तान में जो फंडामेंटल राइट्स हैं, जो हमारे आईन हमें हुकूक देता है, जो जमहूरियत है, वो दफन हो चुकी है.
Imran Khan's arrest led to multiple protests in different cities, with the police using baton charges and water cannons to control the situation and claiming that things are normal in the country. The Pakistan government said Imran Khan was arrested in a case of alleged fraudulent land transfer worth 530 million Pakistani rupees. A senior minister said that Imran Khan had failed to appear before the National Accountability Bureau despite being issued several notices. Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right, moving on to news now from Tamil Nadu, where Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has expanded his cabinet for the second time since assuming office in May 2021. And according to the official release from the Raj Bhavan, Tamil Nadu Dairy Development Minister S.M. Nasser has been dropped and T.R.B. Raja has been included in the Council of Ministers. Let's go across to Sam for more. And Sam, the big speculation was, of course, about the Finance Minister, PTR. He, however, seems to have survived this reshuffle.
That's right, Gargi. At the moment, what we know for sure is that one minister will be dropped. That's the Dairy Development Minister Nazar, and one MLA would be inducted as minister. That's TRB Raja, the son of veteran DMK leader TR Balu. But whether Mr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, the finance minister, who has survived this particular exercise, would he suffer any change in portfolios? That's the big question. Conflicting reports coming from the DMK sources, at least two sources we spoke to, they suggest that Mr. Palanivel Thiagarajan's portfolio could be changed. He could be made the new IT minister. That's what at least two sources from the DMK have told us. Of course, we should clarify all these are in the realm of speculation, and ultimately it's the Chief Minister's prerogative. And what they also say is that the present Industries Minister, Thangam Tennarasu, could be the next Finance Minister, and the new inductee, TRB Raja, could be the new Industries Minister. That's what they say. We'll have to wait and see how this develops. But the speculation over Mr. Palanivel Thiagarajan is because of two unverified audios which came into the public domain recently, which was, at least one was released by the Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai. He claims that the person who is making corruption allegations in those audio files, that person is none but the finance minister PTR himself, he alleges. In that audio, that particular voice is heard saying, in one audio he's heard saying that Udayanidhi Stalin, the Chief Minister's son, and Sabareesan, his son-in-law, have made 30,000 crore rupees after they captured power in Tamil Nadu. In another audio, which again we cannot independently verify, which was released by Annamalai himself, in which that particular person is heard, that particular voice is heard saying that both these persons, Udayanidhi Stalin and Sabareesan, take the bulk of the spoils. That's what he says. And Mr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, in two different statements, one including a video response, has denied these allegations, calling these fabricated. He had also cited or shared video examples of deep dive fakes, saying that these are nothing but an attempt to drive a wedge between him and the Chief Minister himself, and saying nothing would work. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin himself has denied, saying that he would not want to respond about this after the clarification by the Finance Minister, saying that this would only give publicity for rumor mongers. This is the first cabinet rejig in that sense Mr. M.K. Stalin has made. With regard to the exit of one minister, recently in an unverified video, he was seen pelting stones at somebody for delay in getting him a chair. That's something party sources say could be the reason for him to be shown the door. Gargi.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with that. So that's the big news coming out from Tamil Nadu with that reshuffle taking place, and will PTR survive it? With that, time for us to slip into a short break, and remember, we'll get you the latest as polling day is underway in Karnataka.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया, उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat and Ankit here with me, and we're getting you the latest from Karnataka as voters are out there exercising their rights, and who will dominate, that's something we'll find out on the 13th. But right now the focus is on voter turnout and whether, at least in Bengaluru, it'll redeem itself and have a better turnout than last time, isn't it, Ankit?
Absolutely. Important elections taking place in the state of Karnataka. Fourth assembly election for this year. There are, 5 more to go for 2023 before the year closes, and of course the big election of 2024, the battle for the general election starts. But important what is happening in Karnataka, because it will have an impact not only on the state and its future, but also on the national political scene. Can the Congress win the state in its big effort for revival? The Bharatiya Janata Party.
It's very do or die for the Congress,
absolutely, really. Battle for them. And for the BJP, the only southern state where the Bharatiya Janata Party has its presence, the BJP would want to hold on to it and create history.
The BJP really hoping to, go against the jinx of the revolving door. For 38 years,
that's right.
Karnataka has never voted back a government, and the BJP hoping to break that. We've seen the kind of effort that was put into the campaign with the Prime Minister himself also for 3 days, though that is of course the signature of Prime Minister Modi, that he really puts in all the energy, all the effort into every campaign. And in Karnataka as well, he was there for 3 days during the last days of campaigning.
Very, very important. The Prime Minister leading the campaign from the front. There is Tejasvi Surya, Member of Parliament for the Bharatiya Janata Party from Bengaluru South. His area of influence is also going to be very important. Remember, he was not part of the star campaigners of the BJP. A subtle message there as well. Let's query quickly for what is the message, the mood on the ground in Bengaluru. Go across to our colleague Pratibha, who is joining us with at this moment. Pratibha, we've been talking about the voting percentage since morning. I think about 10 o'clock it's crossed 8%. Is Bengaluru looking in mood to reverse that trend, buck that trend of lower voter turnout?
That's right. In fact, right since morning, people have been assembling in many of the polling booths, standing in long queues despite the heat, despite the sultry weather here, and all of them braving all of this only to ink their finger. One of the biggest advantages this time when it comes to Karnataka election is that it falls on a weekday and not on a weekend. And I have a voter with me here. So do you think that, the voting percentage, which now stands at 8.26%, do you think that this is definitely going to increase, buck the trend of, Bengaluru being known for voter apathy?
Yes. It's very important for every person of the state to vote. So it's a very big responsibility that needs to be taken up by every citizen of the state. So you cannot complain about the country or the state if you do not vote. So that is one for sure. And also the national issues must be addressed by the person who is going to win this election. This is not only about the state issues. We have poverty, we have employment issues, and we also have basic sanitization. So this needs to be taken care of all across the country and the state.
So when you cast your vote, you're not just thinking about the basic infrastructure or basic amenities, but you're also looking at national issues, is what you say?
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Yes.
And what about you, sir? When it comes to voter apathy in Bengaluru, this time it falls on a weekday, so do you think it's going to be advantage?
Yeah, sure, it will be a very advantage, because as the election commissioner also they have decided it should be a weekday, because since previous elections they have faced it, because people are followed by weekend, people are traveling, and this is the right decision what they've taken, and it would be a good voting system.
Right. So what will be the key issues that you will keep in mind?
Developments. First of all is development, employment, opportunities, and those things mainly.
Right. So when it comes to thank you so much, sir. When it comes to Putanahalli, what are the major changes that you have seen, and do you think you have any kind of problems when it comes to Putanahalli?
No, there's a lot of development at Putanahalli, and really good it is now.
So there has been some amount of development in Putanahalli, which is one of the polling booths that I'm standing here. In fact, this morning I was at Jayanagar, where that polling booth was home to a lot of senior citizens. But this time around, we see people from all walks of life, several women voters as well, who have turned out in large numbers. And to give you a sense of the number of voters in Karnataka, we stand at around 5 crore odd eligible voters who would be looking at or visiting around 58,000 polling stations across Karnataka, and around 2,000 and odd candidates who are in the fray. And Bengaluru voter turnout from 55% in 2018.
To where we can see the man who hopes to become Chief Minister should the Congress come to pass, Siddaramaiah, after casting his vote. Let's just listen if we can hear what he's saying.
Minimum 130, maximum 150 seats we will get. Congress party would come back to power on its own with comfortable majority.
has said that they are very much confident of coming with full majority and they will be forming the
All parties are confident. Ultimately, the counting will decide.
You also told that this is going to be the last election and this is also
as far as I am concerned, electoral politics is my last election. This is going to be my last election. I will continue in active politics. I am not going to retire. I am not going to retire, but I am not going to contest again.
Sir, please,
Shit. Okay, so Siddaramaiah, the man who hopes to be at the helm of affairs if the Congress wins the election, one of the chief ministerial hopeful, but and also
fighting his last election.
You remember, Gargi, that the survey that we had done on the various issues of Karnataka, he came out to be the most popular leader as far as the CM choice is concerned, with over 40% vote in our survey being polled for, in fact, Mr. Siddaramaiah. So he's quite a potent force, and this whole bit
he
that
standing
he's going to
there in his car, still the mic's in his face, and it seems
one thing I have after going to various states to cover election, one thing I have seen in Karnataka, the leaders are more accessible than in most states. I mean, you can walk to the office of Mr. Siddaramaiah, wait outside, he will come out and speak to you, and same with other leaders across political parties and lines as well. In election rallies also, it's not difficult to get those chief ministers and bigger faces than it is in other states, and specifically in North India.
Right. Ankit, also in the run-up to this election, as far as the Congress is concerned, the big talking point was the rivalry between Mr. Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar, the Congress president in the state. But for the moment, it does seem that they have managed to, override that. We saw that video being released by DKS in which they're chatting and he's inquiring about Siddaramaiah's health. Yesterday, there was that visual of both of them jointly going to a temple. So for the moment, after results, we don't know. But for the moment, it seems that they've overcome that.
I think it's a realization in the Congress party of how crucial this election is, that they don't want the personal rivalry between both these two tall leaders of the Congress party to in any way hamper the chances of the Congress winning this election if the voters decide to do so. Let's also go across to our guests, those who are joining us at this moment. Aditi Fadnis, political editor, Business Standard, is with us. We also have Geeta Bhatt, political analyst. Thank you so much to both of you ladies and for joining us. Aditi, I want to start by asking you, what are the broad strokes? What is the big picture, important points that you are looking at as Karnataka is voting at this moment?
So you had a little while ago a scroll saying triangular contest, JDS, BJP, Congress. I would say that it's actually a triangular contest in the BJP, JDS and Congress. So I don't know what is going to happen finally in the election, what the outcome is going to be, and I'm not going to speculate on this. But there is no doubt that for leadership, there are triangular contests in all the three other parties.
Right. If we can talk about what are the overriding issues you think were playing out in this election. We're told that in Karnataka, it's all very local issues. It's local leaders as well. We've seen the Congress trying to reach and all parties reaching out to the women voters. We also saw the issue of a Bajrang Dal and the cry of Bajrang Bali during some of the rallies of the BJP. So, which are the big issues that you see that were really playing out in this election?
Well, I think infrastructure, development, jobs, these are all very, very important issues, particularly for urban areas like Bengaluru. Also in Mangaluru and in North Karnataka, there are other issues of water, there are issues of drought, of problems of access. Whereas in South Karnataka, it is largely going to be agriculture and agriculture-related issues. So there are many urban centers, and given the kind of mess that Bengaluru is in terms of infrastructure, in terms of development, and also the levels of corruption, I think these things are going to be very, very important in the election.
Geeta, but is that the reason why we saw the Bharatiya Janata Party taking on these issues of, Bajrang Dal and Bajrang Bali, the Prime Minister leading it from the front, because you knew that there are too many issues that the incumbent government is facing. So to try and take people away, the focus away from the local issues where the Congress was trying to make it hyper-local, the BJP chose overarching campaign with the Prime Minister and broad, polarizing issues that many people are calling it.
Well, Ankit, I think that the various issues, especially of Bajrang Dal and Bajrang Bali being, one of the important aspects which was discussed in many rallies, this was because we do have to look into it that it was because the Congress, when it came that they are going to do a comparison between Bajrang Dal and PFI, trying to compare Bajrang Dal with Popular Front of India, which is a banned organization by the government. That is how this whole issue about the Bajrang Bali entering into the campaign it started, and this was something which actually has hurt many sentiments within Karnataka. Yes, definitely the development issue, the development of infrastructure, the issue as a metro which Bangalore is facing. All these issues definitely have a concern, and if you look at the development aspect, there are many, whether it is in terms of infrastructure of roads, I think across India, including in Karnataka, the way government has been investing into it, and we have seen that how well the whole road network across the country has been developed. Also in terms of the new international airport which has come up in Bengaluru, and various such development work has been done, in spite of the fact that yes, much more needs to be done.
Okay.
At the same time, there are various such type of issues, ideological issues, and issues which touch a common man's heart, which have come up during the discourse or during the narratives that different political parties have tried to set in.
But
for example, Congress,
may I say, just speaking about this Bajrang issue, does it touch, and Aditi, if you may come in on this, does it touch the common man? Because Bajrang Dal, even in Karnataka, if you travel across, it's not a big political entity. They are not, in fact, a group which many people associate with. They are a fringe group.
Ankit, it played out a lot on the national media, and here in Delhi we spoke a lot about it. But on the ground, Aditi, what do you feel?
Okay, before you answer that, let's very quickly, the third player, as we have been talking about, finally emerging. JDS's Mr. Kumaraswamy, former Chief Minister, has been Chief Minister both with the BJP and the Congress. At this moment on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, 13 months, remember his last stint with the Congress party. When the Congress and the JDS came together to form the government, he was the Chief Minister at that point of time. And then, of course, we saw how 17 MLAs of the Congress party broke away and the BJP came back to power. But in the old Mysuru region, that's what most people are saying. That's where the election this time is going to be decided. And this man, and behind him, you can see, he could be the kingmaker, joker in the pack, or the king himself. You never know. But behind him is his son, Nikhil Kumaraswamy. He's also fighting the election from the party bastion of Ramnagar, and that's also the place, Gargi, interestingly, where Sholay movie was shot. There is a hill called the Sholay Hill in this constituency. But very, very important it would be for any political analyst and pundits to see how much of that stronghold can the JDS see this time, because it is also in a way it will give you a lot of broad strokes on national politics of how in this fight between the Congress and the BJP, what happens to the regional satraps. That is going to be a very, very interesting trend to look at once the elections result are out.
Let's just listen if we can hear.
I think he's standing in the queue for voting. So he's standing in the queue. You know, that's such a nice thing, and we've been talking about since morning. Even the VVIPs are standing in the queue voting for, their turn, unlike you will see in most places of North India. Anyway, let's go on.
Let's go back to Aditi. We were asking you about the whole issue of Bajrang Dal and Bajrang Bali. While it dominated over the last few days on the national news media, how big an impact did it have, or do you think it had on the ground?
Well, to be honest, I was not on the ground, so I don't know. But I don't think Bajrang Dal has the kind of traction that that it has in the northern part of India, because let's face it, Bajrang as an entity exists in a different form in South India. It doesn't really resound with people in South India when you speak of Bajrang Bali. Bajrang Bali exists in a different form in South India. So I'm not sure if Bajrang Dal per se has any traction. Of course, equation of Bajrang Dal and the Popular Front of India may get some response, but that response will be largely from people who feel strongly about this issue. As you know, there is no election is a single point election. I beg your pardon?
Communal issues overall, do you feel that is something that does not have much of a traction? It's all mainly local issues, developmental issues is what you were speaking about, is what dominates the voters' mind.
I would say the development issues are topmost in voters' minds. In some places, issues relating to communalism, relating to religion could become important, but there are many layers to religion in particularly in Karnataka, and caste is a very important layer in that. The Lingayat identity is equally important. The Vokaliga identity is equally important, and so it's quite complex. So I don't think a single point issue equating Bajrang Dal with PFI or Bajrang Dal on its own is going to have the kind of impact that the BJP hopes it will have.
And that's why Karnataka is different. I mean, it would have had, like Aditi was saying, it would have had a larger impact maybe in Uttar Pradesh or Bihar, but not the same kind of impact in Karnataka, where the caste identification is quite important. And Anjaneya, as people call Bajrang Bali there, not a political issue in that sense, maybe in certain pockets of coastal Karnataka, but not on the whole. The BJP, interestingly, Geeta Bhatt, has always kept one-arm distance from Bajrang Dal, which many in Karnataka see as a nuisance factor. When they talk about Bajrang Dal, they talk about Valentine's Day and the kind of attacks that they see on young couples, not something which is generalized or which is accepted largely across the state of Karnataka. So in that sense, trying to equate Bajrang Dal with Bajrang Bali may be a double-edged sword. It may work, it may even backfire.
Well, you see, we have to at least notice one point that, Bajrang Dal, some people may have this kind of a perception about them, but they have largely been working for the human eternal, Hindu human eternal values, whether it is in terms of, they may have started, the initiation was from when the Ram Mandir movement had started, but later on, after 1993, when they formally their units were established all across the country, they have been doing a lot of seva work. They have been, associated, whether it has been during the times of floods or any kind of a calamity. They have been, they have their presence on the ground. And you see, the point here is that it is a particular a particular thought when you are trying to, when Congress party came up with this idea of putting Bajrang Dal and equating it with Popular Front of India, I think that is something which is not going to be digested with any strata of the society.
Okay.
It is something that we need to keep in mind. Also, along with it, if you look at the fact that when the communal issue was being talked about, let us not forget that it was in Karnataka itself during when there was in KG Halli and DJ Halli police station was burned because there was some kind of a social media post was put up by an MLA's relative, and how more than 2,000 people had gathered a police station and burned down a police station. This happened in Karnataka. So,
all those things have been discussed quite extensively as far as the campaign is concerned. Kumaraswamy there just along with his family has cast his vote in Ramnagar. We'll have to shift our focus. In fact, ladies, thank you so much,
for joining us.
Joining us at this moment. Let's just very quickly listen into what Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy is saying at this moment.
ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮತದಾನ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ ನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮತವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸರಿಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮನವಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ನೋವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಹಲವಾರು ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ.
All right, well, let's move away now from Karnataka elections and go across to Rajasthan, where the Prime Minister is holding a roadshow just now as he visits the Srinath Ji temple in Nathdwara, where he's going to be announcing several projects there. So, yes, another roadshow there, Ankit.
And, I can't think of it anything which has not been timed meticulously. It is not a coincidence that Karnataka is voting, and the Prime Minister, of course, is in a different state, though. This is in some way, many would call it circumventing the Election Commission guidelines as far as the elections are concerned. But at this moment, you can see the Prime Minister being welcomed there. And this has become, Gargi, such a trademark Narendra Modi style, the road show, the shower of flower petals on the Prime Minister.
Yes,
it's
and all
almost
the crowds
become like
on the side having all those
textbook Prime Minister move.
Flower petals to throw on the Prime Minister's car. It's all, you can see the BJP flags are all out there, and all these visuals on a day that Karnataka is also voting. Let's go across to Harsha for more. And Harsha, so tell us about the Prime Minister's visit today. Earlier on, we saw visuals of him being, greeted by the Governor and Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot as he arrived there, and now this roadshow taking place.
Well, yes, there are going to be two road shows, in fact, today in the course of the day. One is, of course, the Nathdwara, which is the temple town. And after that, there will be a road show in Abu Road, again, bordering Gujarat. Now, remember last time when the Prime Minister had gone to Abu and it had become 10 o'clock at night and he could not, speak to people. In fact, he said, I'll come back again because the crowd had been waiting for him. And he said that I'll come back again because I don't want to, break the guidelines laid down by the Supreme Court that loudspeakers should not be allowed after 10 o'clock at night. But clearly, like you're saying, of course, there's going to be a lot of development works. For example, rail lines. Udaipur railway station is also going to get a makeover because remember, it's a very, very big station as far as tourists are concerned, domestic tourists are concerned. Also for Nathdwara. Because that's a place where a large number of people come to the Nathdwara temple. So these kind of works are going to get a boost with the Prime Minister going there. The Chief Minister has also gone there, because these things are in Rajasthan and these are infrastructure projects. But knowing that political platform with the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister both from opposing parties on the stage, you can expect some political repartee. Definitely. some political repartee from the Prime Minister can be expected. And like Ankit was saying, probably some kind of a comment which is not really, I mean, like you said, not in that sense circumventing the guidelines, but yes, even as Karnataka votes, 2 road shows thousands of miles away in Rajasthan.
You know, Harsha, he also is in the state at a time when Sachin Pilot yesterday did an explosive press conference and all out, gloves are off as far as Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Pilot are concerned. So we can expect the Prime Minister to, say something about that as well. Remember, when there was that train inauguration, he did take a jibe at Mr. Gehlot, saying that, it's good that you have joined despite the political uncertainty that you are facing.
Yes, he absolutely. He said political, राजनीतिक उठापटक. He said राजनीतिक उठापटक के बावजूद आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, आपका बहुत-बहुत आभार है. So it's absolutely possible. In fact, not only possible, I think it's inevitable. And of course, then Ashok ji also, who at one level I think enjoys this kind of political repartee, will also come up with his, counter sort of. Statement. But definitely, I mean, this is a political stage. It may be away from Karnataka, but it's definitely going to send a message right across the country because, of course, wherever the PM goes, he's covered. Also, politically, to tell you, this is really the BJP's bastion. Udaipur, Nathdwara, even Abu Road. I mean, in the 22 Vidhan Sabha seats, there 17 are held by the BJP. And this is, in fact, a textbook case of how the tribal vote has also shifted to the BJP, propelling it to power. So in that sense, this area is a textbook example of how grassroots work done by the BJP has actually turned the tribal vote towards them.
All right. So thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us. With that, so on the day Karnataka is voting, Prime Minister on this very high-profile visit to Rajasthan, holding a road show and visiting temples, going to announce, several infrastructure projects as well. So yes, having the media attention on this day as well. We'll slip into a short break now and return with more.
Since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for 2 to the luxurious Alida Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया, उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है, वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges.
BJP manifesto has completely failed.
I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Up. Gadget 360, Gadget's Life. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Well, let's get you now the latest from Karnataka as voting is underway and it's been on for a few hours now. And there you can see visuals as you've had all this, a lot of the big faces casting their votes. DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah. You've had Basavaraj Bomai casting his vote this morning and also speaking to us. Very prominent Bangaloreans also coming out and entreating that, you know, let everybody come out and cast their vote today. Interesting also the fact that it's a weekday and that's also being spoken of. But a very, very key election being fought between the Congress, the BJP and JDS, which is hoping to be the kingmaker as they have their bastion of 61 seats. And Ankit, so they really, the key to see how they do and whether they hold on to, you know, majority of their bastion.
I think this election is going to be the election which will be decided in the OMR, the Old Mysuru region, in where the JDS is very, very strong. Last time also they polled more seats and voting percentage as far as the Vocaliga voters are concerned in this region. The Congress and the BJP both have been trying to make massive inroads. It's not that the Congress doesn't get the Vocaliga vote, but of course the number one party which attracts the Vocaliga vote, of course, is the JDS, and the Congress would be hoping that if they have to win this election, they can reverse that trend. Let's very quickly just give our viewers a little bit sense of how Karnataka is placed, the regions, and you know, we keep talking about various regions, the Old Mysore region. Where are the seats and what is the voting pattern there? All right, one important factor, one important man is Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president in this election. Listen.
और डेवलपमेंट भी होता है, इसलिए लोग चाहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आए और हमको सभी जो रिपोर्ट मिल रहे हैं अच्छा तरीके से चुनाव चल रहा है और कांग्रेस पार्टी थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी से चुनाव जीतेगी।
सर, अभी जो 5 गारंटी के बारे में आप बताए थे और आप बोला कि सरकार कांग्रेस बनाए हुए तो फर्स्ट कैबिनेट में सभी अप्रूव करेंगे, उसके बारे में क्या बोले?
ये तो पहले ही बोले हम, जब पहले कैबिनेट मीटिंग में पहले ही दिन हम 5 गारंटी अप्रूव करेंगे और अप्रूव करने के लिए मैं पूरा उनको ऑलरेडी आई टोल्ड देम एंड दे विल डेफिनेटली डू इट एंड व्हेन वी हैव प्रॉमिस्ड पीपल, हम जब लोगों को कहे हैं डेफिनेटली उसके तहत हम एक्ट करेंगे।
कितने सीट्स आएंगे सर कर्नाटक में आपको कांग्रेस के?
ज्यादा से ज्यादा आएंगे, ये मेरी उम्मीद है। जो अब जीतने के लिए तो 113-14 सीट की जरूरत है, लेकिन हम करीब 130-35 के ऊपर जाने वाले।
आज पोलिंग डे, लोगों को क्या बोलना चाहते हैं?
So there you had Mr. Kharge speaking on just after casting his vote, and there Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, also a lot of pressure on him, though everybody, sounding very upbeat, be it Congress or BJP, all saying that they're going to get that 120, 130 votes. But Ankit, let's talk about, the breakup and the region. You're talking about the old Mysuru region, and that is one of the, that's the bastion of the JDS. Congress really hoping to make a dent there.
Yes. 224 seats in Karnataka, and as we have been saying that the various regions of Karnataka vote very differently. The various patterns are seen in those elections. So let's just very quickly take a look at the voting patterns in various regions that we have seen, and this is the comparison of 2018, of what happened in 2018 and assembly election. So we are comparing 2013 and 2018 assembly election. That gives you a sense, ladies and gentlemen, of how this election is poised now. Historical data. Look at that. In 2013, the BJP got 36.6% vote. So BJP, even in 2018, was almost the similar voting percentage.
And they held on to that vote share in 36.6% to just 36.3%. Though look at the seats, 122 in 2013 to 104. The Congress, though, did make a big comeback in 2018 with 38.04% of the vote share.
All right, let's take a look at the Lok Sabha voting pattern as well, how things are poised as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned. In 2014 Lok Sabha election, the BJP got 17, the Congress got 9, and the JDS was able to win 2 seats. But cut to 2019 Lok Sabha election, a clean sweep as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, 25 for the BJP, 1 for the Congress, and JDS was able to retain 1 seats out of the 2 that it had won in the previous Lok Sabha election. This also tells you that in the 2018 election, where the BJP won comprehensive, was the single largest party in the state, somewhere people keep talking about the polarization. I think the 2018 to 2019 election is what we saw the peak of the religious polarization as far as Karnataka is concerned, and that could be one reason why the BJP swept this. And remember, Karnataka has 28 seats. It's the 6th largest state in terms of Lok Sabha constituencies, and that is why it becomes such an important election in context of 2024 as well.
And that's why you've seen this stiff fight. The Congress really fighting for survival and really make or break for the Congress, and hoping to turn their fortunes should they win this election, because there are more state elections coming up. Rajasthan's a key election. We just saw the Prime Minister is in Rajasthan right now on the day that Karnataka is voting. But let's talk about now the breakup in terms of the
caste combinations, because that's very, very important as far as Karnataka is concerned. Quite well entrenched, the caste loyalty is there. The Vocaligas that we are talking about, the Vocaliga, important chunk as far as the voter bloc is concerned. And among the Vocaliga voters in the seats which are dominated, about 50 odd seats which are dominated by the Vocaliga voters, look at the concentration and the winning percentage. The BJP got about 23.6% vote in 2018, and 12 seats they were able to win. The Congress 10 seats, though the voting percentage was high, and the reason is because they have been fighting the JDS in the old Mysuru region for the Vocaliga vote. The JDS was able to establish its dominance once again. 37.1% Vocaliga votes and 22 seats went into their kitty as far as the Vocaliga voters are concerned.
The other dominant community, the Lingayat community that we talk about every time, about which way they're going, who they're supporting. The BJP has had the Lingayat support for several years now.
That's right, Lingayats, and if you look at the chief ministers in Karnataka, maximum number of chief ministers has come from the Lingayat community. Of course, Mr. Yedurappa, the most prominent BJP face, the chief minister, 4 times he has been the chief minister, never has been able to complete his term. The BJP very clearly the favourite as far as the Lingayats are concerned. 42.5% vote there for them in 2018 on the Lingayat dominated seats. 47 seats were won by the Bharatiya Janata Party, 38.6% by the Congress. The vote share, 25 seats by the Congress, 5 for the JDS and 1 went to others. You know, this election, Gargi, would also be important whether the big Lingayat faces Mr. Shettar, Mr.
Exactly. I
Lakshman
was just going to
Savdi.
ask you whether that will have an impact, dent it, divide this vote that the Lingayat has.
I don't know about division, but whether they have an impact as far as the Lingayat votes are concerned. There is further division in terms of, you know, Congress gaining a few seats. That would be very, very important because the Hubli Dharwad area where Mr. Jagdish Shettar comes from, that's where the Congress will be hoping that, you know, his presence is going to give them a boost, which is a BJP stronghold. Now, let's just take a look very quickly as the elections are going on, and we'll talk about the details, more in details about these seats in the evening when they are going
talking about, you know, local leaders and how many of them, even if they change their parties, they continue to hold on to their seats. But there's also the flip side of that, are certain seats that, you know, have that support certain parties, and it doesn't matter who is there, who's contesting, they vote a particular party. So there, the BJP has 23 what we call as safe seats.
Yes, so 60 constituencies which largely vote the same party, the same candidate.
Since 2008.
Are considered seats which are bastions of various political parties. Out of those 60 seats, 27 are held by the Congress party, 23 by the Bharatiya Janata Party, 10 by the JDS, all coming from the old Mysuru region, and others that keeps flipping. But the BJP and Congress, quite a close contest. They have their bastions as far as these seats are concerned. Let's also take a look at the various regions and the safe seats in those regions. So if you talk about the Kalyan Karnataka region, you know,
total of 40
seats in this region. 8 are considered as safe seats, which usually, this is also the region where Congress is quite strong. 6 seats to the Congress, and that's also reflected in the safe seats mechanism as well to go with the Bharatiya Janata Party. These are more or less, though I believe
32 seats are all-out contest happening over
that's
there.
true. So 32 seats are still up for grabs. Kittur, Karnataka, 48 seats, 9 are considered safe, 6 for the BJP, 3 for the Congress party. Let's also now shift focus to the other regions of the state. In West Karnataka, overall 32 seats, 5 are considered safe. BJP doing very well, and there 4 for them, 1 for the Congress party. Let's shift focus to South Karnataka, 72 seats, a big chunk. This is also where the old Mysuru region does, of course, also come from. And the 8 seats for the Congress, 8 for the JDS. That tells you
that's
the vocal
the big
impact.
fight over there.
Absolutely. And the Bengaluru region, the rural and the urban Bengaluru, consisting of 32 seats, 19 are considered safe, 9 for the Congress, 8 for the BJP, neck to neck there, 2 for the JDS. And that's why the Bengaluru region, most people don't expect much of a swing either ways as far as this region is concerned. And that's why there is a saying in Karnataka that Bengaluru, the election of Karnataka is usually decided outside Bengaluru, because more or less the Bengaluru election is decided even before the first vote is cast.
So despite the vote share, now vote share is one thing, converting that into seats is the other thing, and that is where it's key, where it's very close contest that we are seeing on some of those seats. So if we take a look at 2018 and where the margin of victory was less than 5,000, so that tells you how big of a fight it is.
And this could be the crucial factor on whether any political party is able to reach the halfway mark or the majority mark on its own, because as we are showing you, there have been seats which are less than 5,000 votes decided those seats. And which way did those seats go? 8 went to the BJP,
and
19 to the Congress,
over, yes.
3 to the JDS, 1 in fact to the KPJP, and 31 seats, close contest seats, less than 5,000 margin as far as these seats are concerned. This is where the Congress would be more worried because they won majority of those seats, so these seats can flip. While the Congress would be hoping that they are able to flip these seats from the JDS as well. For the BJP, there lies the opportunity to try and flip the close margin seats, which is where the BJP seems to have focused in the old Mysuru region as well.
All right, well, let's just... all right, with that, we'll slip into a short break as we continue this coverage of the Karnataka elections, as the people are out there casting their vote. Do stay with us.
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते।
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है।
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges.
BJP manifesto has completely failed.
I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your...
Welcome back. You're watching our special coverage of Election Day in Karnataka. Now, Ankit, we have some numbers that we can share with the viewers as well.
That's right, the voting percentage. Everybody is looking at the voting percentage in Karnataka. Last time it was over 70%. At this moment, 72.5% in 2018. At this moment, 11 a.m. numbers are out. 20.9% voting has taken place. I would also want to go through and check how Bengaluru is doing, how much contribution is Bengaluru done in this 20.9%. But at this moment till 11 a.m., it doesn't look like a bad number. It's actually, the voting is going on at a brisk pace because remember, the voting will go on till 6 p.m. And usually what we have seen is the first few hours of the morning and then from 4 p.m. onwards, the last 2 hours usually
it's
is when
also very hot day, as our reporters on the ground have been telling us. It's
absolutely.
Quite a stifling day, but yes, we've seen a good turnout since the morning, and Bengaluru really is the one to watch out for, as there's been so much talk of voter apathy and how there was a poor turnout last time around, also how it was a long weekend and many Bangaloreans, instead of exercising their franchise, went off for a holiday. But this time it's a weekday, as many on the ground are telling us, and hopefully we will see a better voter turnout in this, and parties certainly hoping that the voters come out and cast their votes. And we've seen all, the major parties, the BJP, Congress and JDS, all asking people to turn out. It's a contest, very closely fought election, and an election that holds a lot of significance going into the 2024 election, a do or die election also for the Congress that's really hoping to wrest power from the BJP. The BJP hoping to, break that jinx of the revolving politics of Karnataka.
Also, remember, ladies and gentlemen, polls also taking place, by-polls which are taking place apart from Karnataka. So let's very quickly just shift focus to that as well. Important by-polls are taking place in assembly constituencies, one each in Uttar Pradesh, Odisha and Meghalaya, which is underway at this moment. And
then the
important
poll in
Lok Sabha polls in Jalandhar. Remember, it's a four-corner contest. The Aam Aadmi Party, the BJP, the Congress, and also the Akali Dal. And this is Jalandhar essentially is a Congress stronghold. Even in the Aam Aadmi Party wave that swept the state in the last assembly election, Jalandhar is the place where the Congress was able to pick up most of their constituencies.
And very tragically, the member of parliament from there, the Congress leader, he passed away during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He suffered a cardiac arrest, and that is what has necessitated this by-poll today in Jalandhar.
That's right. His wife is the candidate from the Congress party, a prestige battle for Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann, the incumbent state government there. Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann both have been campaigning quite hard there. In Uttar Pradesh, two constituencies, Swar, remember, and Chanbe. Swar remained vacant after Abdullah Azam, the son of Azam Khan, was debarred, was disqualified, and that's why there is election taking place in that constituency. The Jharsuguda constituency in Odisha is also going through a by-poll. And then the Seoing constituency in Meghalaya also experiencing a by-poll at this moment.
So elections in Karnataka and elections for these four by-polls currently taking place. So do remember, continue watching our coverage as we get you all the action on the ground.
People have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges.
A BJP manifesto has completely failed.
I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out.
Welcome back. So on the day that Karnataka is voting, let's shift focus now to Rajasthan, where the Prime Minister is on a visit to the state where he's going to announce several projects. And as has become very trademark, Ankit, of the Prime Minister, there's a road show as well involved and petals being shard on his vehicle.
You know, I sometimes wonder how what a nightmare it must be for the security, the SPG who works with the Prime Minister, being completely blinded by these flower petals. The Prime Minister, remember, you saw the similar roadshow when he was going to the temple. Now he's out, and again,
this is at Nathdwara in Rajasthan, where the Prime Minister is visiting right now. He was at the Srinathji temple there, and he's going to be announcing several projects. After this, he was welcomed there by the Chief Minister. We saw those visuals earlier as he arrived. First, let's go across to Harsha now for more on this. Harsha, tell us more about the Prime Minister's visit.
Well, you know, the Prime Minister is going to be visiting 3 places in Rajasthan. This is going to be Rajsamand is one of the main places that he's going to, Nathdwara, and then he'll be going to Abu Road. Now, there are a number of, infrastructure projects actually that's going to be there, development in infrastructure projects. After that, he will reach Abu at about 3:15. About 500 crores worth of, sorry, I beg your pardon, 5,000 worth, about 5,000 crores worth of these projects are being done. These are for example, the railway station. Then there is a road which is being done. There is also, there's the Udaipur railway station. Then there is the road, of course, and there's a certain gauge conversion which are also being done. The Chief Minister has, of course, gone with his own wish list. He wants that the line from Mavli to Udaipur, which is actually still narrow gauge, through Kamli Khati, that should also become a broad gauge. So there are various, I won't go into those details, a small targeted kind of development works for that area. But the larger picture, I think, really is that, going back to Abu Road. Now, remember, Abu Road is where he had reached some months back, and he had come there a little late. So he got there by a little before 10, and then he said, respecting the Supreme Court's guidelines, I'm not going to speak to the press, but I will come back. I'm not going to speak to people there. I'm going to come back. So he's kept that promise. Of course, politically speaking, it's important because, that area is a textbook example of how the BJP has managed with its grassroots work to convert the tribal vote towards it. So out of the 22 seats, there are 17 now with the BJP. So this is largely tribal area, borders Gujarat, and of course Nathdwara and Udaipur, very important from the religious point of view.
And this is the bastion as far as the BJP is concerned, the Prime Minister consolidating the stronghold of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And remember, while elections are taking place in Karnataka, all this is happening because, of course, at the end of this year, Rajasthan will also be up for the Assembly Elections. So the Prime Minister's campaign has already begun in the state of Rajasthan.
Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest from Karnataka as polling is currently underway. Stay with us.
Have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया, उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time, BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है, वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges.
BJP manifesto has completely failed.
I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
This is NDTV. no noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your...
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV and we're getting you all the latest on the ground as Karnataka votes today. People voting for the 224-member assembly right now, and we've been bringing you those numbers till 11 a.m. The voter turnout was 20.9%, so fairly good, Sanket, 20.9%. Of course, we don't have a breakup. We don't know how much the voter turnout in Bengaluru was, because remember, that has been a big talking point around the Karnataka elections, the voter apathy in Bengaluru, even though it's a city that has seen a lot of citizen activism. So really hoping that the Bangaloreans all come out and cast their vote today. It's a hard-fought battle.
Exactly. The voter turnout as far as 2023 election till 11 a.m. as Gargi mentioned is 20.9. Remember, this is till 11 a.m. That is just an hour ago. That's the voter turnout. Now, if you compare this to 2018, the overall voter turnout was 72.5% in the state of Karnataka, which has seen a steady increase in the voter turnout from what it was earlier.
6 p.m.
Yeah, it's on till 6 p.m. But you know, Gargi, another important point, since we are talking about the voter turnout first, you see, like any other part of India, a clear urban-rural divide where there is a higher number of voters from rural Karnataka who are voting. For instance, if you take the figure of 2018, the rural vote share was 78.8% and semi-urban rural was 76.8%. Of course, the urban apathy continued in 2018 also.
Right, it's interesting right now, Sanket, because you know our reporters on the ground, and they've been saying that this time around we're hoping that the voter turnout in Bengaluru is better because it's on a weekday, and last time it was on a weekend. So many people from from the IT city took it as a long weekend and chose to go on a holiday rather than casting their votes. Now, this is a hard-fought battle. We have been bringing you the campaigning between the BJP, Congress, the JDS also hoping to play kingmaker, hold on to its bastion of 61 seats. For the BJP, they're hoping to, finally break that jinx, that revolving door that Karnataka has seen, and hold on to power in its only state in the south, which it has, which is its citadel in a sense, the only state that it is in power in the south. Really hoping to hold on to that. The Congress, a do-or-die battle. And it's Sanket also very significant going into 2024. How the Congress does in Karnataka.
Well, yes, you rightly mentioned that this is a southern fortress for the BJP. Lots of significance here. We have seen prestige battle, personalities and their reputation at stake, both whether it is from the Congress or the BJP. In the BJP, of course, this big, tall leader who was not in the electoral fray this time around, B.S. Yedurappa, but has had considerable sway when it comes to seat distribution, when it comes to, basically deciding how the BJP should continue with its campaign. That control is still with ticket distribution, is still with B.S. Yedurappa. But the point is that beyond this, can the BJP control the damage? It is very clearly a case of the BJP being the incumbent and there being a very strong anti-incumbency that opinion poll after opinion poll seems to be mentioning about Karnataka. But has the BJP been successful in doing a good amount of damage control to arrest anti-incumbency? That is going to be the most crucial,
which is why
with the massive amount of campaigning that was done by the Prime Minister, no less.
That's right, and many new faces were brought in when the ticket distribution took place. The Prime Minister spending the last, his 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all in Karnataka, those very, eyeball-catching road shows that he did in Bengaluru. And the Congress, of course, taking pot shots and saying it's because they have no local leaders, they have nobody who's very significant locally. So the Prime Minister is having to come in and campaign the way that he does. Though, Sanket, we also know that it is a trademark of Prime Minister Narendra Modi that he does go and has these, very high-profile campaigns on the ground wherever he is. Let's go across now to our colleagues on the ground there, Shrija and Pratibha, for more. Shrija, first you tell us about what the turnout has been like, and Sanket and I were talking, the focus really on the Bangalore turnout and whether it will redeem itself and see less voter apathy this time around.
Well, in fact, the people themselves are hoping. So, of course, back in 2018, we just saw the voter turnout stand at only about 55%, between 55 to 57%. And then, of course, we are looking at also in terms of overall, if you're comparing it with Karnataka, it recorded about 75%. But let me go across to a voter who's joining us here on NDTV. What are the key issues that you have voted for this time?
Mainly what I'm thinking is the road development in Bangalore is quite bad. We used to be a city where traffic was very little, the roads were great. But at this point, if you don't have an SUV or a mini SUV, your car is always getting damaged. You take hours to get from one place to another. So I think the main thing is traffic management and road management is the first thing that one needs to do.
Okay, we have more voters joining. So you've cast your vote.
Yes.
And what are the key issues that you have voted for this time?
National issues.
National issues.
Always vote for the leadership.
Leadership.
Yeah.
Nothing, no improvement, scope of improvement you're looking at?
Of course,
in your
there's lots of improvement scope
so
is
what
always
are
there.
That issues?
So many, but you always look for the leadership.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I mean, you have an answer over there, like they look for a leadership. What about you, ma'am? What are the key issues
And
that you have voted this time?
leadership at that.
Decisive leader, right?
Progress for India.
Progress.
Yes, yeah.
So, that's remained common all throughout since this morning, speaking to, quite a few voters that, it could be development. They're talking about the progress. And in terms of leadership, these are the key areas that we have witnessed being the common reasons behind why people are choosing to come out and vote. But to talk about the voters' turnout, yes, as of now, from 7 a.m. till about 11 a.m., we see it's recorded 20.99%. But of course, now Bengaluru is just picking up. How much of it will it go higher is something we have to wait and watch.
All right, well, let's go across now to Pratibha also and find out what's happening at the polling booth that she is at. And we've seen, Pratibha and Sheena, both the voters that you've been speaking to, many of them talking about developmental issues, local Bangalore issues as well. Few of them, of course, saying that, they're voting, keeping, the national picture in mind.
That's right. It's been a mix of both national as well as local issues that voters have in mind before casting their vote here. And in Jayanagar, the booth that I was in earlier, it was home to a lot of senior citizens. But then in Puttanahalli, where I am right now, in fact, there are a mix of people from all walks of life. And I have with me one such woman voter. Women voters in particular, if you have to talk about the statistics in Karnataka, there are at least around 2,65,000 women voters who are eligible to cast their vote to find out who their candidate would be in their respective constituencies. Ma'am, when you come to cast your vote, what are the key issues that you have in mind?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I am working as a principal in nursing college. So I feel that there should not be any corruption in the nursing field, especially in the healthcare system. And moreover, like generally if you see the transport facilities has to be increased, and sanitation facilities, that should be increased for the healthcare for the peoples.
Many a times in the last few elections in Karnataka, people have come here looking at candidates in mind, looking at the accessibility of politicians in mind, or looking at, roti kapda makan. But this time, has it gone beyond all of that and, gone into, having national issues in mind?
Yeah, of course. Yes, ma'am. It has to be. It should be the correct.
What would be the national issues?
Yeah, that's what I said. No, especially I feel that it is national issues in healthcare system. Yeah, healthcare system, and especially in the education is in Karnataka, it has to be improved, madam. I feel that. So
thank you so much. Let me go across to a couple of other voters as well. So national issues, be it corruption, be it healthcare, or be it even education and infrastructure. These are the key issues that people have in mind. Some of them even telling me that you need to keep in mind the leader of the nation and cast your vote. So if you can actually say a few words, what are the issues that you have in mind?
No.
Okay. What are the issues that you have in mind when you come to cast your vote?
Unified Civil Code, that's one of them. I think we have to improve there as such.
Right.
And
so this time
anything to do with the central, so that's the reason we are voting for the.
Okay. So do you think that local issues have taken a backseat this time and national issues have gained prominence?
I think it's still okay to do that, but I think they will consider this also. So there are few issues that is there here which they'll address. But one thing you can say is BJP is looking at futuristic thoughts.
Right.
But
Right.
I mean,
Thank you so much for this. Right. Well, what is pretty interesting about Bengaluru is that it has always been known for voter apathy, but this time around, the election date has been particularly focused on weekdays to ensure that this reputation of Bengaluru, or rather an infamous reputation of Bengaluru, would actually be broken. To break the norm is why the Election Commission has chosen to have the election date on a weekday. So do you think that the election date being on a weekday would actually increase the voter turnout in Bengaluru?
Yeah, genuinely, if it was weekend, then it would be much relaxed because, but rather we can see that most of the people they have allowed to go out and give the voting.
Right.
So even I am also working in corporate and wife also. So there is a flexibility that you can go out and give your voting.
Right. The fact that it is on a weekday, we'll have to wait and see whether Bengaluru's voter turnout or the increased voter turnout, just in case, would actually kind of be a turnaround for the election this time around.
Pratibha, and many thanks for joining us with all the latest. The number of times Pratibha has repeated the fact that the polling is on Wednesday. The fact that this exercise is being carried out on Wednesday.
It makes such a big difference
yeah,
for Bengaluru.
I don't know whether that will make a difference or not, but
so
at
it's
least...
not a long weekend at least, so hopefully they will come out and cast their votes. And since the morning, Pratibha has been interviewing so many elderly people who've come out and really hoping the youngsters also, show up. And we can see the long line behind you, Pratibha, so hopeful given, the bad reputation that Bangalore has had, that they do come out and cast their vote today. Well, let's go across now. V. Raghav also joining us, and before Sanket, you get into it, V. Raghav doesn't cast his vote in Bengaluru. It's in Tamil Nadu that he casts his vote, so he's been there at home. And V. Raghav, so right now the turnout has been 20.9% till 11 o'clock, and we're hoping that the turnout, is significant this time around. It's been improving every time Karnataka has gone to vote. But the big issues that are dominating voters' minds as they go in to cast their vote, at least in Bengaluru, whoever we've been speaking to, it seems more about roads, about development, and a few of them also saying that it's the leadership, leadership that is driving them when they come to vote.
That's right, Gargi. First things first, you spoke about the voter turnout. I think it's time to, if there's one thing you learn as a political journalist over the years, is not to go by the voter turnout figures that one has at the moment, because they keep getting updated, and you will get only the final turnout perhaps late in the night or maybe even tomorrow morning. It keeps getting updated. So to make an assessment of whether Bengaluru has actually come out and voted, we may have to wait till tomorrow morning to know those. And as far as issues is concerned, well, yes, it's a bunch of issues, right? It can't be one specific issue. Well, local issues is what matters a lot in Bengaluru as well, in terms of roads and infrastructure, but not to mention that there is a dominant national pitch as well. There's a narrative that is there. The Congress keeping this campaign firmly local, attempting to keep it to regional and local issues centered around its regional leadership. The BJP focusing its campaign around the Prime Minister, hoping to create it more of a national narrative. We'll have to wait and see how these issues have played out on the 13th of May. But it's a multitude of issues that really matter, both in Bengaluru as far as Karnataka is concerned. And that's perhaps why it's a very difficult election to assess or predict, given the fact that different regions vote in different ways. Even the city itself will vote in different ways in terms of different constituencies. There are constituencies which constantly keep re-electing their MLAs, constituencies which are constantly looking at change.
Veera, this point that one keeps making, that it's a mix of national and local issues, I tend to agree that local issues are something which would matter more to Karnataka, because if you look at the voting percentage, it will give you a clear idea. In 2018 Assembly elections, the BJP got 36.3% and the Congress got 38.04%. The JDS got 18.3%. Cut to 2019 Lok Sabha, the BJP got 51% and the Congress 31%. So I think Karnataka does make this differentiation between a local and a national election.
You're right. There's a discerning difference in the way a local election plays out, and that's primarily because of the JDS here, Sanket. If you look at the JDS vote shares, in an assembly election, it's consistently 18 to 20%. In a parliamentary election, it drops to 9 to 10%. So the 10% JDS vote is what one sees shifting to the BJP in a parliamentary election, which is why the BJP sweeps big in a parliamentary election. Added to that, there is also a national flavor that comes into an election, and the voting percentages itself go up to 51%. For instance, in 2019 for the BJP, the share of vote that they got was about 50+%. So yes, there is a decisive difference in the way the state votes in an assembly election vis-a-vis a parliamentary election, and that's primarily because the dynamics in an assembly election take that regional player, the Janata Dal secular, far more seriously than in a parliamentary election.
All right, so let's just take a look at, we've been talking about the various communities as well, the Lingayat vote and how it has been with the BJP. Though, how big of an impact, V. Raghav, has it had that the fact that you have a Jagdish Shettar who's gone and joined the Congress? Has that made a bit of a dent in the Lingayat vote share, which has, predominantly been with the BJP?
Well, we'll have to wait again, Gargi, for the results to assess whether it has made a dent or not. But look at the optics of it, and I think that's important to note that the Congress has been dominated by non-Lingayat leaders over the last 3 decades. The last one, since 1991, when Virendra Patil was removed unceremoniously, the Congress seems to have seen as losing that Lingayat base, and it's not made a pitch. For instance, a seat like Hubli Dharwad Central, where Jagdish Shettar is contesting from as a Congress candidate this time. Since 1994, he's won that seat, and the Congress has not made an effort to get that seat back. It doesn't have a strong candidate there, which is why it lapped up on a Jagdish Shettar as soon as he came. So it's really the optics of the Congress making given that the Congress is dominated by DK Shivkumar, who belongs to the OBC Vokkaliga caste, and Siddaramaiah, who represents the Ahinda caste vote base, and both from the old Mysore region. The fact that the Congress is making an effort and trying to change the optics, that's really the impact of the Jagdish Shettar and Lakshman Sabdi moving on. Whether it will really have an impact, because even today, I think the undisputed and strongest Lingayat leader in Karnataka remains B.S. Yediyurappa. And he has been, though he may not be contesting an election, I think a lot revolves for the BJP around B.S. Yediyurappa. He may not have been the star campaigner per se in this election, but a lot depends on his ability to grassroots manage the Lingayat vote and in other parts of the state as well. And he has been at it largely, if you look at his campaign in Mumbai, Karnataka and Hyderabad, Karnataka, reaching out to the mutts, trying to allay any fears of the Lingayat deserting the BJP. So we don't know what impact all this will have on the ground. That we'll know on the 13th of May. But the optics of it is that there has been a battle for it, in Mumbai, Karnataka, and especially seats like Hubli, Dharwad Central.
Right, V. Raghav, thanks so much for joining us. With that, and for the moment, we're going to move away from Karnataka elections and breaking news coming in on Go Air, the crisis-ridden airline, and some relief for Go Air. Go First has been granted bankruptcy protection by the National Company Law Tribunal. Let's go across to Vishnu for more. So, Vishnu, this means the leased aircraft cannot immediately be repossessed by lessors, so relief there for Go First.
Well, I would use the word relief, very cautiously. I think the key point over here is that for now, there is a legal process which continues. Those who might have lost their jobs may not immediately lose their jobs. But the airline is effectively out of control of the Wadias, who were the founders of the airline and the promoters of the airline. The National Company Law Tribunal has accepted the bankruptcy protection code. It also means that the lessors of the airline, in other words, those who leased several aircraft to Go First, cannot immediately reclaim their aircraft, and that's something which they had all filed to do because all of these aircraft were leased. So it's a process that happens. There's a new board of the board of directors has been suspended, and an administrator has been asked to run the airline. I think the key point over here is that this does not mean that the airline is going to restart. It means that there is a process. The new administrator will look at the options. He will look at the financial situation. He will see whether it's possible to restart the airline. He will look at whether he would need to sell off the assets of the airline, return the leased aircraft, or liquidate the airline altogether. So this will likely be a long, drawn-out process, but it is very much a procedure right now. As far as the airline is concerned, it is not operating. Their aircraft are grounded. They have a serious problem with engine availability from Pratt & Whitney. They've they filed a case and are working at that case in the United States. But for now, this is just a process of trying to find a resolution to a rail crisis in Indian aviation.
All right. Thanks so much, Vishnu, for joining us with that. So that's the big breaking news. Go First granted bankruptcy protection by the National Company Law Tribunal. With that, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you more on the Karnataka elections. Stay with us.
Brought to you by the
Congress people have been perpetrating the PFI and organizations like that.
कर्नाटक की सरकार ने पिछले 3 साल में क्या किया उसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री एक शब्द नहीं बोलते.
This time BJP is going to come back with thumping majority in spite of some leaders leaving the party.
प्रदेश की बीजेपी सरकार है वो 40% सरकारा के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुई है.
Unnecessarily, these Congress people charging corruption charges. BJP manifesto has completely failed. I am also an aspirant for the Chief Minister post. Mr. DK Shivkumar is also an aspirant.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs. Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Call it.
Welcome back. We're getting you all the latest from the ground in Karnataka as voting is underway for the 224-member State Assembly. A hard-fought battle between the BJP, the Congress and the JDS as well. And the Congress really hoping to wrest power from the BJP. The BJP hoping to break that jinx and hold on to power in the state.
In fact, let's quickly take a look at some reactions that have been coming in.
Today, young voters have got a great opportunity. Rajiv Gandhi gave them an opportunity from 21 to 18. I think this is the festival of democracy. They will vote for a change. I've already requested all of them, congratulated them, and they will vote for a change. The change for a progressive Karnataka, for a development Karnataka, to make Karnataka a global Karnataka again. And they all know about the price rise, they know about the corruption. They wanted to arrive at the corruption in the state. I'm sure they will go for a change. They will give us 141 seats. I'm confident that Congress party will form the government.
Vijayendra is going to get more than 40,000 votes here, and the entire state will get absolute majority, and we are going to form the government. There is no doubt about it, and people's response is very good. Whenever I tour in the state, the response was very good. On that basis, I am telling you that we are going to get absolute majority. More than 125 to 130 seats in the state we are going to win. Here about 40,000 margins, Vijayendra is going to win.
Ramnagar, there is no problem. He will win by comfortable margin. There is no doubt. Ramnagar, Chanpatna or Magadi, I am not doubting. Because in these three constituencies in Ramnagar, one of my home district, we will going to win all the three. One seat is difficult.
So what is the seat tally that you are looking at, sir, out of the 220?
No, at this juncture, we will be higher than Congress and BJP. The only thing, what I expected to reach 123 because of financial crunch. There is a drawback to me.
Okay, are you saying that money power is...
Definitely, election means without money we can't do anything. We require money, you know. BJP, how much amount they have invested? in each constituency, everybody knows it, how much money they are distributing to get the vote, all those things everybody knows.
So are you saying basically that the voters are being bribed by the BJP party?
Not only BJP party, I will not blame only BJP. The system is like that. We have encouraged everybody. Every time we discuss about the fair election. But only on papers, always this fair election will be announced.
I am very happy with the way our party has conducted the campaign for last 3 months. And I am very happy the way the people have responded. And I am very happy the way our workers have really toiled hard to make this victory a reality.
Bommai sir, do you want to appeal something to the voters of Karnataka today?
Yeah, I just want to say that please come and vote to the success of democracy and development of Karnataka.
I am 100% confident I will win this election.
A message for the young voters. A message for the young voters. Only 10% till now voter turnout has been.
No, please exercise your right. Please go to the poll and exercise your right. Don't miss from exercising their votes. See, and I request the voter to vote for the party which works, which functions, and also take care of the poor people of the society.
All right, so there we heard, all the big players in this Karnataka election. On the day of elections, DKS, just after his temple visit, and all of them, in fact, I think did a temple visit this morning, but talking about how they're confident of the Congress coming to power. Basavaraj Bommai, the Chief Minister, also confident and also asking people to come out and cast their vote. But what's been really interesting, Sanket, is since the morning, we've seen a lot of elderly citizens coming out and casting their vote. And Shrija, in fact, spoke to one such citizen who's 100 years old, and he's hoping to cast his vote the next 2 times as well, he said. Let's just listen in.
So here at a voting booth in Koramangala, we have with us a 100-year-old voter, Jean Narasimhaya. So you've come to cast your vote.
Yes.
Okay, how excited are you? You are
Yes,
excited.
I am very waiting for this day.
Okay. Do you have anything on your mind? What is the
No.
change that you're looking
No,
at?
no, I am quite normal.
You're fine. How happy are you that you're voting at 100?
Yes, I am waiting for this day.
Okay, well, I wish you all the best for the next 5-year term as well, that you come back and vote.
10 more years.
10 more years?
He has in his mind, I believe.
Lovely, that's great that, God bless you for that. In fact, a 100-year-old voter also sitting here to wish that he would actually vote for the next 2 terms as well. But a few issues that, of course, he says that he's pretty happy about his constituency, but, exuding confidence in the newly elected government here, and we are looking at several voters who have also come in, especially in this particular constituency, to cast their vote. Some of the key issues, as discussed by a few voters, have always been basically civic woes, infrastructure. Those are certain areas which some of the voters have stressed upon the need of change.
All right, and Pratibha also spoke to an elderly voter who spoke about the issues that are on his mind as he's come out to cast his vote.
At a time when Bengaluru has been known for its voter apathy, recording around 55% in 2018, where people are hoping that this jinx would remain broken, and I have with me one such voter. So despite all odds, you have come here to cast your vote.
No, for doing my duty, there is no question of odds.
Right.
There is no question of hurdles.
Right.
All of us from family, we are together.
Bengaluru has always been known for its voter apathy. Do you think that this time around, this kind of attack will change?
I think it will happen. It will happen. We're all very positive, optimistic. Things will happen better.
What are the key issues that you're keeping in mind before you inked your finger?
I think the entire image, credibility, and the development of the country is the most critical thing. Even though this is a state assembly election, but I personally feel that this is for entire country. Every state constitutes that country.
So it's no longer about roti, kapda, makan. It's more about national issues.
Because now we have surpassed that stage now. रोटी अब कपड़ा मकान के बारे में बात करने का समय हो गया है. अभी डेवलपमेंट का कैसे हम in the entire world, how can we earn a place which we are already earning? How do we consolidate and take it forward?
My final question. Karnataka is now looking for political stability. Is that what you have in mind?
Actually, there has to be stability not only in administration, stability in policies, stability in implementation, and stability in the people. Then only development will happen. That's very, very important.
Thank you so much for this. So, and
I'm a
may I
regular
also
viewer
have
of-
your name, please?
I'm M.K. Sridhar.
M.K.
I'm a regular viewer of your NDTV.
Thank you so much for that. So that was M.K. Sridhar talking about exercising his franchisee. It's no longer about roti, kapda, makan. It's more about national issues and political stability this time. With cameraman Babu, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.